not talking about the scammers, the drug dealers, the robbers, and the crooks.
Well, actually.
I'm watching the rise, and I wouldn't say I'm shocked, cause I'm hardly surprised. This one's for the ride, this one's for who knew I'd make it, just needed some time. This one's for my wife, could've left 1,000 times just to by my side. This one's for the grind, I knew it would happen, just had the strength in my mind. To the videos, they thought I was a black guy. That's hard to get over. I'm foreigner in the sport, but I'm fully devoted. I don't take it for granted that the door's been open. I knew I was different, I knew I was chosen. A breadwinner, but I'm soft-spoken. Authentic like a 5950 and there's no cap. Let's have a toast to that. Let's have a toast for the real ones. Let's have a toast for the real. Let's have a toast for the real ones. Let's have a toast for the real. Let's have a toast for the real ones. Have a toast for the real. Let's have a toast for the real ones. Have a toast for the They done baptized the bad guy. Still don't follow religion. The fabric's not average. The cotton's Egyptian. 500 for the shoes, come dirty, but the European. Less is more and less is the bank. Up the score, I pull up from trade. From the tray, I'm ballin' like Trey. Do what I can, I do what you can't. I wrote this 30,000 feet up. 10 toes, stay G'd up. I'm tryna get that type of wealth, like a house on the hills, can't see us. Say the money still me up. Stay humble, stay teed up. I don't tell you how to live, so don't hit me with no weak stuff. And if you know the deal, then you know the deal. If it's real, then you know.
Yo, what's going on, y'all? This your man Marcus A. Brown, and I'm here to tell y'all that I just got done with my first consultation with the brother Andre of Love Crossing Borders. I just wanted to give him his praises. I need y'all to do two things if you haven't already. If you haven't subscribed to his YouTube channel, Love Crossing Borders. Also, if you are going to Colombia, if you're thinking of going anywhere, traveling internationally, please consider booking a consultation with the OG Andre of Love Crossing Borders. You will not be disappointed. I'm a fan of the channel, so I booked a 2-hour session just to show support, just to show love and say what's up. He provided a wealth of information, way more than I was even expected. He has an excellent presentation. So I just wanted to let y'all know you will not be disappointed. Book the consultation, subscribe to the YouTube channel if you haven't already. Dre, man, I appreciate you. I will be out in Colombia, and I look forward to linking up with you. And y'all, get in tune with him if you haven't already. Tell him MAB sent you.
And I'm glad I'm able to help raise up a community of black men.
Theo had this crazy idea of teaching black men what he had learned in the tech field.
If you're resistant to change, you only want to do one thing or one way, yeah, you're not going to make it.
This is about taking men, black men, and making them better men.
Where are all the black men? And I'm not talking about the scammers, the drug dealers, the robbers, and the crooks.
Well, actually.
Shout out to everyone in the building. We got a great show tonight. Oh, you guys are going to love this one. Glad to see all you guys are here with us on Andre and Andre's Love Crossing Borders. See that our camera is doing great. I know, I get it. I'm going to say this again. I get it. Since we were taken almost 400 years ago, almost 500 years ago, from the motherland of the continent of Africa, many of us have tried our best and had a dream to get back to the continent, or at least visit. And that's a great thing. I look forward to my migration. Many of you look forward to your migration to whatever part of Africa, whether it be Asia Minor area, whether it be down to Morocco and Egypt and Northern Africa, or whether you want to go down to Southern Africa. Either way, I get it. And I get the fact that a lot of us are looking forward to even living for some time in Africa, such as our brother Alton Holloman and O'Shea Duke Jackson and other brothers and sisters that have moved down there. And I get it. Here's the kicker. When it comes to relocation, I think one of the mistakes that many of us are making on social media, including Andre and Andre Love Crossing Borders at times, we make it seem like it's easier than what it actually is when it comes to relocating to other countries. Is it economically difficult? Not necessarily. But the social part, as well as the understanding the culture part, the business side, the infrastructures, the laws, well, a lot of us take that side for granted and we don't look at it when we see our favorite YouTubers or content creators living their best lives in these countries. So it is with those that go to Africa. They pick a country. They're so emotional and cry once they get back home to the motherland. But after a while, they start to realize, especially a lot of our passport sisters, that moving back to Africa or any country is not all it's cracked up to be. We're going to listen to a sister today, as well as others, when it comes to dating, relationships, and understanding the culture of the country of Ghana, Nigeria, and other parts of Africa. Because for those of you that are looking to relocate to Africa, it is not as easy as you might think when it comes to understanding the culture. You might have the economics, you might have the drive and the mindset, but when it comes to any country, I want to give you guys this tip, and I mean this from the bottom of my heart. And don't you forget about any, if this was the last live stream that we were to do on Love Crossing Borders, I'm going to say this again. If this was the last live stream that we would ever do, I want to put it this way when it comes to relocating. Never look at any YouTuber and assume that how easy or how smooth they make it look, it is that smooth. It's not easy for me to have found Andrea, and it wasn't easy for Andrea to find her husband. It wasn't easy for me to relocate, and it has not always been easy for me being in another country. It's not easy learning new languages, politics, cultures, while traveling, such as Andre and I do, and a lot of you guys do, to other countries. It's not easy to realize that this second country might be your part-time country and your full-time country might come 10 years later, such as Andre and I. We realize that Colombia is not our last country. So the greatest advice I want to give you guys, I don't care what YouTuber you look at, I don't care what they say, I don't care if they're black, white, Asian, I don't care if you're looking at me, Rich, or Richie Mack, I don't care if you're looking at O'Shea Duke Jackson, or if you're looking at Jabril with Passport Heavy. We don't care. The one final bit of advice that I want to give you is don't fall into the trap of assuming what we do, all you need to do is just add water. It's that easy. Because it's not. Adapting to new cultures is not easy. Dealing with new infrastructures is not easy. And for you passport sisters, dating outside the United States will not be as easy for you as it is for the passport bros. Before you get on that plane, sisters, I highly recommend that you do not compare yourself to the passport bros, to the male black expats, and to every other expat that's out there. You'll do yourself a disservice. You'll go back to the States frustrated because you don't want to deal with the American man, but nobody treats you better than the American man. I'll say this again. This was frustrating a lot of passport sisters when you go to Africa. You go back home with your tail between your legs, upset because you don't want to deal with the American man, and that's why you left. But you are not palatable for the men in other countries. So now you got to come back to the United States and be among the men that you don't even want. And now they don't even want to deal with you anymore. So passport sis, before you get on that plane, really analyze where you're heading to, where you're going to, and what your actual plan is for being in these countries. And if it's wrapped around men, you're going to do yourself a disservice. So it is with the passport bros. If you are traveling to DR, Colombia, Brazil, and your sole purpose is women, I understand, weekend warriors. Do your thing. You should do it. You've earned it. But when you decide to relocate to another country, what's number 7 on that totem pole should be women. I'll say this again before we go into the shout outs and everything. When it comes to relocating to another country, what'll make your transition smoother and easier and make it feel like just add water won't be the women, ladies. I mean, men, won't be the men, ladies. It's going to be your routines. Whatever daily routines that you had in the States, can they translate into that country? If you're a gym rat and you go to a country and they don't have that many gyms, then your routine does not translate to that other country. If you're a reader or a writer and they don't have Amazon delivering books, or your books can't be delivered immediately after you've written them, that country doesn't translate to your routines. If you're a person that likes to ride your bikes, but yet traffic in that new city, in that new country, just is not parallel for the safety of riding a bike, that does not translate with your daily routines. Don't let a woman or even a man dictate whether you're going to move to DR or Jamaica or Colombia. Let your routines, that's what's going to tell if you're going to be able to make it. Because if you don't, you're going to be bored out your mind because, okay, you ran through as many women, now you don't know what to do in that country. Ladies, you've been hurt by so many men in Nigeria, now you don't know what to do in that country because you didn't let your routines dictate if that country was for you, but you let love and lust dictate if that country was for you. And the other thing, and I'm going to end with this statement, this comment, and this is very important. If you think that using your routine is going to make everything easy, it's not. Ask all the guys that learned Spanish or Portuguese. It was possible, but it was not easy. And they're still on learning mode. Ask the guys such as ourselves that had to get visa after visa after visa. It was possible, but it wasn't always easy. I want to debunk that myth tonight as we look at these sisters. I want to debunk that myth tonight for us men. If you think that you could do a consultation with me or with anybody in any country, and your transition of finding a woman or moving to that country is just going to be just add water, it won't. You've got the information now. You've got the tools now. You've got the network now. But that does not necessarily mean that tomorrow morning when you get on the plane and by Thursday night, you're going to be walking down an aisle with a wife or 2 wives or 2 girlfriends. It does not work that way. And that's what this episode is dedicated to. It's not dedicated to come at the passport sisters at all or American expats. This is a video or group of videos that we're going to watch. And you guys are going to see that at the end of the day, it is not easy. It's possible, but do not act like what we do is easy. And that's the myth that we're going to be debunking tonight. We want you guys to be able to enjoy your journey when it comes to relocating or even visiting other countries. We're going to be watching a video by our brother O'Shea Duke Jackson, in which he is doing a reaction to a sister who's given the true story about women and Americans coming to Africa and Guyana. We're going to hear what she has to say. Just like we listened to the couple of weeks ago telling passport sisters in Panama that they need to get together. And I'm here to tell us, guys, I'm telling you, as your brother, it is possible, but stop looking at us. And it really frustrates us. I'm going to say that again. It really frustrates us and disappoints us when you think that what O'Shea does and did when he moved to Poland and then moved to Africa, that it was easy. That when Austin Holloman moved from Texas to Brazil, then Africa, that it was easy. That Richie Mack went from California to other parts of the world, landed in Europe, that was easy. When Aaron, Passport Bro, one of the founders of the movement, actually, who actually took it, created an app in a network on Facebook and beyond, that was easy. Get it out of your mind. And I mean this from the bottom of my heart. Stop treating us, looking at us as if our life, when these cameras go off, are easy. Life will keep lifing. Stop looking at us and lying to yourself. It's not us lying to you. Now, I'm not saying this like somebody came to me. I'm saying this because I'm analyzing what the sister put on the video, and this applies to all of us. Stop looking at these countries like they're Shangri-La, like you're going to go to a country and it's flawless. There is no flawless country. There's always going to be something that you're going to have to give up when you leave America or UK and Canada in order to have the paradise that you enjoy in other countries. But stop looking at us like we do everything easy. And I'm tired of doing consultations with dudes that afterwards they always talk about, well, Andre, I want you to introduce me to this type of. No. I had to be introduced over time to the woman that became my wife from being out here. I didn't do it the easy way. You guys want a cookie cutter. It doesn't work that way. And like I'm going to say this again, I'm going to end it with this. I said I'm going to end it before, but I'm going to end it with this. Nobody said anything to me over this last week. So if you guys think I'm saying this because, well, something must have happened. No, like once again, I'm analyzing what the sister is going to say on this video. And she's correct. Americans do have a bad habit because we have money. We travel to other countries and think these countries are going to be flawless because we have money. And I keep trying to remind you guys, life is going to keep lifing. If you take any advice from me, dude, if any area in the last 6 years you say Andre is lying, he don't know what he's talking about, I promise you, you can move to Bali. Life gonna keep lifing. You can move to Hong Kong. Life, you will still get colds. You will still get the flu. You will still need medical insurance. You'll still need life insurance. You'll still need to, if you're going to look for love, you're still going to have to vet people. If you're looking for friends, you're still going to have to vet people. If you're looking to start a business, you're still going to have to vet that business. Life is going to keep lifing. You're going to have some days where your money is great. You're going to have some days where your money is trash. You're going to have some days where you've invested in the right thing. You're going to have some days where you invested time and energy into the wrong thing or wrong person. Life is going to keep lifing. I really want to emphasize on this year, because I don't want you guys to come down here, make the mistake of coming to any of these countries around the world and assuming that as soon as you get to Germany, it's just going to be easy. No, you have to put in the effort. And if you're a lazy person in the States because you have money, that laziness is going to be your downfall. Shout out to all you guys that are here in the building. Shout out to all you guys that are here. Let me put some music on for us. I know Andre came with the seriousness out the gate, but I wanted to emphasize on the fact that it is very important for you guys to know this. I never want to sit back and have my brothers thinking that, well, listen, it's super easy. Anybody can do it. And that's not necessarily true. That's not necessarily true at all. So shout out to you guys being here. Like I said, let me get some music on here for us. Once again, let's go here. Here we go. All right, let's get the shout outs going. First of all, our brother straight from Canada in the building. Them Canadian boys are at it again, Mom. They're at it again.
He said, oh, Canada.
Shout out to you. And while we giving shout outs and locations, let's give a shout out to them Texas boys. Shout out to you guys. Oh, that's the wrong one, but not this one. Shout out to all you guys that are in Florida or down there, Florida, or even Savannah, Georgia area.
We in Tampa, 813, Trigger City. Let's get it.
Oh, yeah. And shout out to all you guys out there in the Chi, all of us Midwesterners. I don't care if it's Indiana. I don't care if it's Iowa. I don't care if it's Wisconsin. I don't care if you're down in Kansas. Shout out to all our Midwesterners out there.
And you say Shot City? Shot City? Shot City?
Coming home again. And shout out to all you dudes just representing the South. I mean, we going from Texas all the way to Louisiana, Alabama, Mississippi, M-I, crooked letter I, P-P-I. You see what I'm saying? Shout out to the Mississippi boys out there, all you Southern dudes. Shout out to the A. And we cannot forget them West Coasterners. We talk about people that's living all the way up in the state of Washington. We talk about Oregon. We're talking about California. Shout out to the Phoenix area. Shout out to them AZ boys. Yes, sir. Shout out to all you guys out there, man. I ain't forget about making sure I drop a drop for all you guys from the DC area, the Philly area, and the New York area in Cleveland. I ain't forgot about you boys at all. I'm going to get that set up for us this week. Definitely. I promise you guys. Shout out to my man David Dice of the Dice family in the building. Appreciate you being here. He said, hey, we had a great, hey, if you guys have not subscribe to our Rumble channel. I'm gonna drop the link throughout the night. You guys really need to subscribe to our Rumble channel because we are watching every weekend classic black movies and kung fu movies. If you were born and raised in the 70s and the 80s, we watched Dolomite yesterday and just laughed our tail off, dog. We watched Dolomite, Rudy Ray Moore, The Human Tornado, and we were laughing. And then we got a chance to see sexy Pam Grier as Coffee yesterday, tearing up everything. We're gonna be watching some good ones, man. We got Shaft coming down the turnpike. We got Superfly coming down the turnpike. So we got a lot of good movies. We got Christy Jones coming down the turnpike. So we got a lot of good movies coming down the turnpike. Next week will be Superfly and the 5 Deadly Venom. So we watching the 5 Deadly Venom next Saturday. Every Saturday we do a double feature, gentlemen. So if you ain't doing nothing on the Saturday evening but stacking your money before you leave the States, because that's how I was doing it. I was not wasting money in the club in the States. I wasn't partying in the States. I wasn't freaking nothing in the States. And so if I had somebody like Love Crossing Borders on Rumble and I could sit up there with like 80 guys, 50 guys, 60 guys, and I could watch some old school movies with my beers and just hit the comment section with my brothers, man, please, my weekends would have been good. So I'm about to drop the link for the Rumbles for this weekend. And so, like I said, this up and coming Saturday is Superfly and 5 Deadly Venom. Shout out to all you guys. And we also have Last Dragon coming up and Willie Dynamite. So shout out to all you guys. We got 43 people in the building. Shout out to all you gentlemen, kind sirs. Let me scroll back up for the shout outs. Don, aka the Don P, numero uno, is in the building. He said, good evening, Andre and Andre. Everyone in the chat, hit that like button on your way in. You already know we like you. Make sure you like us too. And if you hit that like button, you already know what's coming next.
Oprah coming next. Once I establish this as a place of truth. Yeah. Oh, yeah.
Oh, yeah. This up and coming week, we are going to be starting to talk about the Petronio Alvarez Festival. One of the things that Andre and I have been doing, we've been recording most of the major areas around Cali. Why? So you guys will see where you should get an Airbnb, or if you get an Airbnb on this side or that side, what's the difference in different areas. We did some recording for you guys today. We're going to be doing some live streams outside of here once again, like we used to. So we're going to be doing all that, getting you guys ready for the Petronio Alvarez Festival in August. What's the Petronio Alvarez Festival? It is the largest South American Black festival for Afro-Latinas and Afro-Latinos. Over 300,000 people come from around the world. I'm gonna say this again. 300,000 people. We're talking about after the Brazil, all those people that had their costumes in Brazil this February for the Brazilian festival, they come to Colombia with their Brazilian costumes on and celebrate with us here in Cali. So if you don't see no sisters at all here in Cali during the year, during the Petronio Festival, man, you're going to see, now that's one thing you're going to see, Stay Sad sisters coming down here in droves for the celebration. This is a big global family reunion. Petronio was kind of like the, Petronio Alvarez was kind of like the Bob Marley of Colombia, in the sense of he used his music and his political pull to send out a message for change. He was originally from the coastal region, Atlantic coast area. They started the Petronio celebration there, and they still have it every year in the all black areas. However, they needed to have it in a larger venue because more blacks were moving to Cali. Just in case you wondered, well, how did the Petronio Alvarez get from the coast where all the black area is to Cali? Well, a lot of blacks migrated to Cali and brought the celebration here. And so in the big, I remember Andre said when they first started, it was just 2 little tables and a little small music celebration. Now it's gigantic. And if you don't have a drone, you will never see the top of it, even though you can't bring a drone into the event. I'm going to say this again. One of our Passport Bro brothers almost got arrested for pulling out a drone, especially when the president and the vice president of Colombia just so happened to be there that day. If it wasn't for our Afro-Colombian sister talking to them, that brother would be in jail today. They do not play bringing drones to the, you can bring a camera all you want. You can bring the long pole camera. You can do all that, but you cannot bring a drone to the Petronio Alvarez Festival, not even outside of it. You can't even fly outside. Shout out to my brother Keith. He said, what up, Unc? Catch you on the replay. Got a 6-hour drive, Mayana. Shout out to all my truck driver brothers, man. Shout out to the truck drivers, all you railroad engineers and workers, and shout out to all you workers out there that's working 3rd shifts and 2nd shifts. Shout out to all you 2nd shifters right now. You only got a couple more hours to go. All you 3rd shifters, I already know you just waking up. I already know you 3rd shifters. Y'all just waking up, making your meal, getting yourself ready to get ready to head to work. Get your money, player. Get your money. I used to be there. Shout out to my man T-Mac, my neighbor on the other side of the country. Shout out to you, brother. T-Mac, I need to holler at you because me and Richie Mac will be coming your way in September if you're going to be in Medellin. So we're going to be looking for somebody that can show us around a good time in Medellin. So me and Richie Mac will be there. We're doing a tour of Colombia together in September. So shout out to my man Richie Mac. And also my man David Dice once again. He said, my brother Andre, shout out to Mrs. Spence. Yes, we had a good time, man. Andre had a date day where we just went out and just had a good time today, just spending time with each other. Shout out to you and the chat fellas, because chat lives matter here. Let's scroll down to my man Rico in the building. Rico is here. He said, good evening, Andre, in the chat. And my man FBAJ is here. OG and Andrea. He said, peace and blessings from LC for the LCB fam. Shout out to you and them DMV boys. Hola, hola, hola. Shout out to my man 0 Milligram in the building. As well as, once again, my man Black Nubia. He said, I've been to Ghana. He said, and it was stressful. All the sister on the video, she's going to reveal some stuff about Ghana. Dude, I thought Colombia had potholes in the ground. I will never complain about Colombia. I thought Florida had sinkholes. See, Florida, especially Tampa is the capital of sinkholes in the United States. And if you don't know what a sinkhole is, a sinkhole, if you saw the movie Poltergeist as a kid, and you remember the house going down in the ground in the sink, that's a real thing. That's not a movie, bro. Every time you turn around, a whole house A whole dude. I remember one time, dude, and I think I told this story. My man was asleep, dog. He had just got off work. He went into his house, brand new house, beautiful area, beautiful neighborhood. Went into his house, went to sleep, woke up with the angels. His whole house sank. And I'm not talking about a couple feet. I'm talking about sank, like the whole underground. The whole house was disappeared, gone. That's Tampa. And not even a month later, in another nice area in Tampa, another house disappeared. I mean, completely. I'm talking about a whole house collapse on you and it's gone. Until I saw the videos of Ghana. I was like, what? Yeah, we're gonna have some fun tonight on this one, gentlemen. T-Mac say you have to pay a lot of bribes in many African countries. Guys don't know that. He said we tried to avoid the police because of all of them wanted a cut. Absolutely. And O'Shea is going to talk about that today. O'Shea is going to talk about that today on the video. Shout out to Bobby Coltrane of the Coltrane family in the building. He said, oh, happy birthright day, T-Mac, and many more. Oh, shout out to T-Mac birthday today. Oh, man, I didn't notice that, man. Shout out to T-Mac, grown man, looking like he got responsibilities and he's necessary. Shout out to them necessary dudes. Oh, man, T-Mac, happy birthday, man, if I missed it, brother. Yes, sir. Yeah, I did miss it. Shout out to you, man. Blessings upon blessings upon blessings. See, Passport Sisters end up like Carter. Oh, that nice officer. Nice. Remember she called Carter nice. That nice officer. Carter would still be alive if he would, man, listen, if he wasn't messing with her. If you guys weren't here yesterday to see Pam Grier in the movie Coffee, you wouldn't have got that joke. Carter was the nice officer that was trying to date her, but she was in love with this dirty politician, even though she didn't know he was dirty, but she was in love with this scammer dude. And Carter was trying to do the right thing, man. Carter was a good police officer, good dude, good brother. He trying to take her out. And she's like, no, you know, we just friends. She put Carter in the friend. Did she not put Carter in the friend zone so fast? She put Carter in the friend zone. Man, Carter ended up being killed because of her. Even though she was in love with the other dude, man. It did come to find out the other dude was a monster. To the end of the movie. We ain't gonna mess it up for y'all, but I'm telling you, man, shout out to Carter. Yes, sir. Yes, sir. Passport is gonna end up like Carter. Yep, deleted. Messing around. Shout out to my man El Patron in the building. Shout out to you, brother. Glad to see you here, as well as my brother Aiken in the building. Always showing some love. Always appreciate you, brother Aiken, being here, as well as T-Mac. You guys are always supporting by way of Cash App too, man. Appreciate that, man. That really goes, that helps out a lot towards the book distribution. So this is how it works with the book distribution. For those of you that support by way of Cash App, I'm gonna tell you where your Cash App money goes. You ready? KDP has an AdSense, right? So make sure you got your copy of the book, right? KDP has an AdSense or advertising. So if you want your book promoted to other than just Passport Bros, you have to pay for the advertising. So the reason why our books are doing pretty well is because we take the money that come by way of Cash App and we use it for the book promotion. We take the proceeds toward the book promotion and we're putting it towards the publishing house that we're creating. It's one thing to use KDP as the publishing house. It's another thing to have your own publishing house. I'll give you a perfect example. You see this code that's on the back of every book? Since we published this book under KDP, we can't publish it anywhere else. We can't publish it with Barnes & Noble. Now, the ebooks, yes. These books, the paperbacks or the hardcovers, if you publish this is a tip, guys. If you publish your book under KDP, you could only market it and make money off of KDP. With your own publishing house, the United States allows you to purchase these. So now, once you have your own publishing house, you can purchase them and you can publish your books anywhere you want to. That's the drawback of KDP. It's free. They give you your own little code, but you can't make money anywhere else. Let's put it like this. We've made a couple thousand since we've launched last month. Shout out to all of us, right? I'm giving you a business tip. If we had our own code, we would have walked away with $6,000 in the first month. You see the difference? We appreciate what we have, but we are learning that once we build our own publishing house, and now you guys can use the publishing house. It's not just about us. We're going to have a website set up for us. We're actually, everything's going to be incorporated. We got a trust that's being set up, educational trust being set up. Everything is being set up just right. So that's when you guys give towards the Cash App. That's where the money goes to. It doesn't just go into our pocket and we go party. No, it goes towards the advancement of the company, of the brand. I'm trying to get people to see the Passport Bro movement and the Blue Book Gentleman and the Black Expat movement from a different light. And so shout out to all you guys. Each time you guys donate towards Cash App, that's what it goes to. The ads help bring in the revenue. The revenue goes toward the publishing house. And that's where we build the business off of. Shout out to all you guys for this one, and appreciate you guys purchasing the 44 Laws, as well as Stop Making Excuses, the other book. We appreciate you guys, really do. So don't think we take you for granted. Let me turn that back around. Don't think you. And it's kind of cool to have a hardcover copy of your own book. I won't even lie. And this book is about 350 pages. About 350 pages. I just turned it to the chapter that talks about, in every chapter, I purposely did this. Every chapter answers a question. I didn't sit back and say, well, chapter this, and this is the chapter about banking. No. I took the top questions that were asked by you guys and others about relocating or visiting. Let's say you're not going to relocate yet, visiting other countries. And I wrote a chapter for each one of them. So this chapter right here is, can I build an emergency fund in a new currency or a new banking system? So can you build an emergency fund in a new country, even though you have a different currency, whether it be bots or Rios or pesos? Can you build an emergency fund doing that? So I break down the steps of helping you build an emergency fund, because that's a question that a lot of people ask. Another chapter is dedicated, can I live the American dream outside of America? And we dedicated a chapter to that as well. So shout out to all you guys that have purchased the book or looking to purchase the book anywhere is possible. Shout out to all you brothers. I know you guys might seem like, Andre always talk about buying or purchasing or doing stuff. When white boys do it, y'all don't open up your mouth for ish. I'm gonna say that again. When our white brothers have a product and they promote it all over TikTok, Instagram, YouTube, and the white boys walking away with 17,000, 117,000, 300,000. Y'all don't say nothing. Y'all don't say one word to them white brothers that sit back and say, well, and you can also get the free this, and and if you want to, with the click funnels, first we offer you a free PDF. Next thing you know, if you want the free PDF, you might like this book that we have to offer. And you say, $27, I buy the book, cool. And then all of a sudden, $27 later, you like, bam, and the course. And the course is $199. You're like, okay, cool. And then all of a sudden, the consultation. The consultation of the master class is $500. Okay, cool. We don't say nothing. But if brothers start to create click funnels, everybody, oh man, you ain't looking out for the brotherhood. You ain't looking out for the Wakanda. What's wrong with you? You trying to make money off of black people? No, I'm trying to make money off all people. I want us to make money. I want you to make money. Theo, could have easily sat back and kept his mouth shut, made his $500,000-$600,000 a year, and ain't said nothing to none of us. But now you got dudes getting AWS certifications in cloud engineering, also getting their Google certifications in cloud engineering, guys getting jobs at $150,000, $120,000, $115,000, $175,000 a year. And there are dudes that will still complain about the fact Theo charging brothers. What is the 44 laws of power say? One of the laws says, beware of the free gifts or the free items. And I know I'm paraphrasing. It also basically says shun the free item. If you getting it for free, it's gonna come with a cost. So a lot of times, shun the free items. And here's another thing for you guys want to drop the Patreon link. Let's say you like, Dre, I ain't got the money like that to get all 3 of the books. If you join the Patreon for $15, you got access to all 3 of the books right there. All 3 books on ebook on Patreon right now on the $15 tier. Every book that we drop is going to be dropped in Patreon for you got a $15 tier on up. So if you're in the $15 tier from now on, you will automatically get the books. Automatically. You'll automatically get the book. You would get them before they get Amazon. It's those little things, gentlemen, that helps us out a lot. All of us. Shout out to my man for profit once again in the building. Ronin Travelers. Yes, sir. Hey, Ronin, got a question for you, man. What is your schedule? I gotta hit you up, man. Hit me up in the WhatsApp. What's your schedule like for this week for us to do a show? I want to do one on your channel. Then maybe next week. I want to do one on this channel. And then maybe next week we could do one on your channel in regards to the books. But I want to do one this week on your channel. I mean, on this channel with you, since you're relocated. How's your journey been within that first? You just been there a few months. A lot of times, guys talk to us after we've been in countries a few years. I want to interview somebody that had just recently moved to a country, even though they visited there a few times, and I want to talk about that transition period. And that's why I want to bring you on the show, Ronin, that initial transition period. So you guys will understand that it's possible, but don't look at us like it's super easy. So let me know what your schedule is. You can hit me up on the WhatsApp. Shout out to Aiken once again. He said, I'm scheduling a consultation either in June or July. He said, I will email you regarding your calendar and opening. Yes, sir. Appreciate you, brother. Appreciate you. And my man Jay Anderson, the great, is in the building. I love saying that part, the great. He says, salute to the brothers in the chat. That's a high salute. Salute to the brothers in the chat. And Andre, of course, and Andrea, love crossing borders. Appreciate you. Appreciate you all, guys. Really do. Shout out to man Ronin again. And Willards. I hope I pronounced that right. Willards Smith of the Smith family. First of his name. Shout out to you and the 206 being in the building. Representing the 206. Yes, sir. Yes, sir. Shout out to all you guys. Bobby says this. Shout out to David Dice. And I love the fact that you guys greet each other when you come in, man. A lot of chats don't do that. A lot of chats may talk to like 1 or 2 people. You guys talk to everybody. So I appreciate that. He said, I got to get some pizza for next Saturday. Dog. Yeah, next Saturday we got Superfly. Remember Superfly jumped over that fence? That was probably my favorite part of the movie. When he jumped, my favorite part was when he jumped over the fence. And then the other part, when he was beating up on the junkie that tried to rob him, he chased that junkie down in some hard bottom shoes. I'm like, man, brothers was cool back in the day. It was cool to be a black man, I swear. He said, it's a little rough here in the States. He said, but it's going to be all right. Yes, sir. It really is. It's going to be all right. Just the way he planned it. like BB Winans used to sing. Shout out to my man GJ in the building, man. Blessings to you too. And oh man, we doing something right tonight. We got YouTubing as a habit in the building. Yes, sir. Yes, sir. Good to see you, brother. And we got my man Kenny Peoples, who always keep me motivated with all the information and the videos that he always recommends. Anytime you guys see me do a topic, I'm gonna tell you something. A lot of times it's either a video that I got from Kenny, or I watched the video from Kenny and I was like, let me do a video on that. He said ABW are doing too much. He said, what the fuck? Yeah, they are, bro. They are. Wait till you see this video. You're gonna be like, oh, I didn't know Africa was like that. I mean, this woman gives the breakdown truth, and O'Shea Duke Jackson is gonna co-sign it all the way through. All the way through. Shout out to my man LJ, the Southern Vegan. Salute to you as well, kind sir, being in the building. Appreciate you guys. I really do. Growth Talk with Kofa in the building. My boy is in the building. I'm all right tonight. I'm officially all right tonight. My man is in the building. Yes, sir. And we giving them shout outs and birthdays to my man T Mac. T Mac. Yes, sir. And Global Spinner. And Global Spinner is in. I like that name, man. I kid you not. That's a good one. That's a good one. Yes, sir. My man Necro in the building. The Necro Cannon is in the building. Shout out to you, brother. Good evening, kind sir, and Blue Book gentlemen. We got 54 in the building. We're about to get started with the video in a second, guys. I got to give my shout out to my man Antoine. Got to give a shout out to the brother. He said, everybody butchers it. Call me D. All right, capital D. Yes, sir. Capital D is in the building. You see I put the capital on there, capital D? Yes, sir. Yes, sir. Glad to see you here, man. I kid you not. I'm glad to see you here. Anytime you guys come through, I got so many interviews I'm setting up. I'm trying to set up as many interviews with women this year that are traveling. So here's a problem with women. Nobody talks about this on YouTube. Interviewing women, man, is fickle. If I make five requests on TikTok for men, I usually get 4 yeses for interviews. I could do 20 requests for an interview with women. I'll get like 7. And of those, only 3 fall through. It is hard. Any of you dudes that do interviews with women, you already know it is hard to get women. They'll talk crazy on camera. They'll do a 500-hour live stream. But as soon as you try to get them on the show just for a 30-minute interview, it's a headache. You'll see them on TikTok with 500 reels. But to get them on camera to talk about what's going on, no. So just in case you guys are wondering, are we putting in the work behind the scenes to get women? Yeah. We even got women that started with our channel, blew up because of being interviewed on our channel. Now they don't want to do interviews with us anymore. I think I'm better than you. Okay, sister. Sisters. Got you. We happy for you. A few sisters that were like that. Few sisters didn't nobody know their name, their first name or last name. Andrea and I interviewed them for 2 years. Their channels took off. Ain't heard a hide or hear, not a how you doing or nothing. Some of y'all favorite female YouTubers in Colombia. If you go back, they wasn't over 100,000. They didn't even have 100 the first 2 years we interviewed them. That's how difficult it is when it comes to interviewing women. Cologne of the night. I'm wearing Spice Bomb Infrared. I like Spice Bomb Infrared. Spice Bomb Extreme is really good. Don't get me wrong. The gold one, really good. I haven't smelled the original Spice Bomb with the gray wrapping. but I have the one with the gold wrapping, extreme. But this infrared, man, I would say would be one of my favorite keepers of all time. It has all the strength of the original Spice Bomb and Spice Bomb Extreme, the one that has a gold wrapper, but it's a little bit more spicy, a little bit more masculine. But Spice Bomb itself, man, no matter which one you get, it is one of the creamiest scents, man. It's almost like a buttery type of smoothness about it, bruh. And I kid you not, it is masculine as it can be, without a doubt. This you cannot mistake this as being anything that has to do with women. So I'm wearing Spice Bomb Extreme tonight, gentlemen. Spice Bomb Extreme this evening. Shout out to all you guys. Let's continue on. Let's go ahead and get started. Let me change the music up. Let's get started with the video. We got 60 people in the building. Do us a favor. As the men have been saying, click the like button. It invites other individuals in. I'm going to change the music for you guys. And then I'll go in a little while. I'll go to the Cash Apps to give you guys a shout out because we appreciate you over there as well. Here we go. Here we go. Let's change this to just a smoothness. Oh, let's go here. There we go. The silent smoothness. All right. Let me pull this up on the screen. We're going to have some fun with this one. Yeah, all you dudes and ladies that want to go back to the motherland. Like I said, I want to go too. Don't get me wrong. We want to go. Andre and I are adamant about going to visit, and we want to do a little volunteer work. But yeah, there's some lessons to be learned before you go over there. Lessons to be learned. Here we go. Let's get ready to get started. Shout out to Jermon in the building, my dude. Yes, sir. Let's go here. Let's move this out the way and go here.
So most people will tell you move to Ghana. Ghana is the best place to be. To give you rose, say your dreams. They talk about the roses, the butterflies, and all of that. You get so hyped, you start dreaming about Africa. Oh my God, I want to live there. I want to be there. It's just going to be a dream come true. And I'm just going to live on the beach, and it's going to be so perfect.
Ghana, they were rocking. Everybody want to come with it. Welcome to Ghana. The most beautiful people on the earth. Welcome to Ghana, the center of the world.
Shout out to my man Ellis in the building.
The biggest man-made lake on the globe. Musically, we got the peak on the globe. The most peaceful country on the globe. We produce best gente on the globe. The black star rotating on the globe. Identifying easily on the globe. They get where
I actually think we UK women, we need to start considering dating back home. But I think one thing that's stopping a lot of UK women, I think a lot of people are scared of this whole, it's going to use me for passport.
Damn.
I think it's a big thing because I know even like when I see Africans come to the UK and they want to date UK women, they always get the same thing where they say, she thinks I want to use her for passport, which is a valid it's a valid thing to think about. However, when I think about it, you're single anyways. The UK men that do have the passport, some of them aren't giving you what you want. So if a guy that is giving you what you want and is being lovely to you, he might be using you for passport, but you can enjoy and see how it goes. Do you get what I mean? Because unless you know for sure he's using for passport, you can just leave, right? But if this guy is blowing your mind, is doing everything that you really want, like you can't even fault him, you feel like he's genuinely great, what's stopping you from just seeing how it goes? Do you know what I mean?
Now, you notice the UK sister just said we need to go back to Africa and get men, right? And notice that she said that, hey, if he's going to, she basically paraphrased it like this. That's why the other lady was looking at her crazy. She said, if you already know he's going to be using you for a passport, girl, use him for your enjoyment until you're sure he's going to use you for a passport. Go ahead, be happy. Go ahead and let him, you splurge on him. Because remember, if he's just getting to the UK, he ain't got no money like that yet. So you're going to be sponsoring, ma'am. And so the lady said, we have no problem with sponsoring. We ain't got no problem with paying. As long as we get our needs met, whether it be physical or emotional needs, until he says, I want a passport, she's saying, ride it out. In other words, she'll take a man with potential. But notice, they won't take a man with potential that's born and raised in the UK. Oh, they sound just like the ladies in the States. Yes, sir. They sound just like the ladies in the States. Let's go back to the video.
I mean, the girls that I know that have dated African men, they haven't dated men that would need a passport from them. Don't know if there's a certain type of guy who may need to use you for a passport, but there are some guys who are international doing their thing already.
Preach,
you meet them.
DJ.
So it's not like you need to now use this specific girl to get into the country. And at this point, I think we're trying to get out of here.
True.
So I'm not using you to get out.
Exactly.
What you got over there? Like, how many passports do you got?
I was talking about the difference between the Jello, but what about the man?
Ha! You jump right in. Damn. He said, "Okay, skip the small talk." The men. No. I do know. I was married to a Nigerian, and I've definitely had my fair share of dating in Ghana. I will say it's a very big difference. One culture is a little bit more alpha, one's a little bit more beta. Not that that's a negative thing, but it's just more calm, more chill. I personally prefer Nigerian. It just aligns better with my personality, and they kind of get me.
Everyone, please relax.
Now, she said Nigerians were, some were more masculine compared to what she said about Guyanese men. She said that they were more passive, more laid back. She said in the end, she preferred Nigerian men. But here's the kicker. Notice what she said. She was married to an African man, a Nigerian man, for 10 years. That man that she was with didn't work out so well to where this, I think, UK or American woman ended up moving to Ghana. Her marriage was so bad that she ended up moving to Ghana. But yet she's still bragging about the Nigerian man, even though she married one, was with him for 10 years, may have had kids, but she would prefer to be with the Nigerian man. These sisters are crashing out left and right, man. They don't know what they want. Shout out to Negro Traveler World. Shout out to you, brother. He said, keep up the good work. He said, it's much needed. Shout out to you being here, brother. Glad to see you here. I think it's the first time I've seen you. If this is the first time, man, welcome to the family. Welcome to the LCB family, man. Appreciate you. Jamal says this. He said, Captain, African men be putting foot to ass to these women. I know, hey, we all know that. I don't know why these women want to lie to us. You ain't got to lie to Kiki Craig. You ain't got to lie, Craig. I don't know why these women want to lie on camera to us. We know what hell and high water they go through with African men. They're more masculine. That's because they're going to put their... Yeah. Let's put it like this. Y'all ready? Put a 1 in the comment. Do it my dang self first. Put a 1 in the comment section if you believe that if the laws and the police in the states, when it came to male and female interactions, were just like those in those parts of Africa they're going to, that they would see us with the same level of masculinity as they see them. See, those countries, they could still smack the dog out them females. You can't do that in the States. So they think that we soft in the States because of the laws, not because we lames. I'm gonna say that again. If we had the same laws in the States, dude, do you know how many females would have shut the hell up a long time ago. You know why these females in Colombia don't get mouthy with these dudes on a regular? Because they know these, dude, it just happened again. Andrew was just telling me, I think it was last week or sometimes, dude, female sat up there, broke up with the dude, had told the police several times, I feel threatened. We just broke up. I don't want no issues. What happened? Few days, pow, pow, hot balls to the. Colombian men do not play that. Notice, even though these dudes they rule with the iron hand in South America, even though these women know if you leave some of these dudes, not all, but some of them, you gonna get found somewhere. These dudes be hiring dudes. They got, in South America, dude, they got hit men for breakups. They got, am I lying? They got, T-Mac, am I telling the truth? They got, women got dudes that they can hire. Dudes got women that dudes got dudes that they can hire. You broke up with me? Andre in there laughing. You broke up with me? Don't worry about it. Don't worry about it. Take their money out their bank account. They'll go get a loan. Take that money out their bank account. Go ahead and pay my man down the street who they grew up with. Tap, tap. And yet and still, when it comes to American men, do not women in South America think their men are more masculine than American men. Do not women that date in Africa think their men are more masculine than American men. The only thing is the laws that hold us back and keep us from going over the edge like them dudes. Not that you lame. Don't let these women have you convinced that you lamed. If we had equal laws like in Colombia, and we had equal police behavior like in Colombia and in Brazil and in Portugal, and if we had equal laws just like in Mexico, and if we had equal laws just like in the 54 countries of Africa, if the police behaved the exact same way in the States, man, listen, you know how quiet American women would be, black, white, and everybody else? That's why we always say what? The best men for American women are in America. Because once they leave America, I wish you would say something crazy. What the police gonna do? What the police gonna do? You in Nigeria, what the police gonna do? Nothing. Why? Because he keeping his wife in check. The only difference is the laws. And yet, just like on this video, this young lady thinks that those men who rule with an iron hand are more masculine than men that don't. And in all these countries where men rule with an iron hand, they all think that we are weak and not realize if we had the same laws and the same type of police, we'd have been the same way. We'd have been the same way. He said, true, I know a chica in Cartagena that got deleted from a hit put out on her. Dude. And you know what Colombian women say? Hey, all you guys that don't know about Colombia, remember we talked about earlier, understanding cultures. You know what Colombian women say? In the States, they be like, Me Too movement. It shouldn't have happened. You know what Colombians say? Men and women. Well, what she do? Well, she knew who she was with. Well, it was her fault anyway. It may or may not have been her fault. But the court of public opinion in South America always blames the woman first. I didn't say it was fair, but that's how they do. She the one that got deleted, and everybody looking like, what'd she do? Why she leaving? Well, you knew if you take a man's kids, you know what's gonna happen. Then what? Why didn't you call his mama? They judge her. They don't judge him like, oh my God, you deleted that woman. You're a monster. That's the States. That's UK. That's Canada. That's Australia. They judge the man and be coming down on the man. Y'all think that y'all coming down on Cassie in the States? Let that had happen in Colombia. Man, they'd have crucified Cassie. Girl, you sat up there for how many years? Letting them pee on you? That's your fault. Set that man free. I mean the country of Colombia. Ain't nobody in Colombia sitting back looking at Diddy like, oh man, look what it. They looking at Cassie. Long before y'all looked at Cassie last Friday and y'all realized she ain't innocent and sweet, Colombians and Brazilians had already said, how long were you with him? And you was going back to him while you was talking to your husband? You was still setting up FO parties? You was going to freak off parties while you were dealing with other rappers and entertainers? Diddy could still call you today if he was free? Man, South America would have been like, girl, go on with that bullshit. So do realize, guys, you guys aren't lame. You just got different laws you were raised up under. But if you were raised up under the laws in Africa, you would have had that same ultra masculinity that these women on these videos like. Don't never feel bad that these women. Shout out to Theo in the building. Shout out to Theo. Cassie makes OF girls look like for real. For real. Shout out to I Am Collecting Data and Passport King in the building. He said women in the U.S. don't understand how good they have it, brother. Preach, preach, preach. They have it, yet still complain. They really don't realize that. He said it's the same way in Africa. Yeah, bro. I didn't know that they delete like that in Africa, but I could see it. Shout out to Mr. O being in the building, man. Shout out to you. Make sure you drop the link to your channel, brother, so we can subscribe. You're always sharing great information. Peace and blessings to the chat and channel. Yo, he said the police might laugh. Yes, sir. Shout out to my man Face Car Black. I like that name. I like you guys coming with some good names. He said true. He said I knew a chica in Cartagena that got deleted. I think I read that earlier. Yep. They got deleted. Put a hit on her. All the time here in Colombia. Now they're fighting. Now, don't get me wrong. The government is trying to put out laws to fight against women being deleted so easy. That femicide is a big problem in South America. Don't get me wrong. And Colombia is like one of the top 3 countries in the world for femicide. And femicide is being deleted because you're a woman. However, I want y'all guys to realize this. I hear Americans complain about South America has femicide. So does America. I'm going to say this again. Colombia puts everything into one basket. Domestic violence, a rape, any physical harm, any abuse towards a woman, any verbal, they put it in all under one category called femicide. The United States, the only difference between the United States and Colombia, United States separates it. So it's rape is this. Domestic violence is this. Domestic violence is also on its own. It has its own categories. Colombia puts everything up under the same umbrella. So when they say femicide, they mean all of what the United States separates. So people in the United States say, well, we don't do this. We don't. Yes, we do. Yes, we do. It's just not put in one ball, but it's literally the same crimes against women, whether it be touching little girls or whether it be underage women or whatever it may be. We separate it into categories. Colombia just says, boom, it's any crime against women. We're fighting against any crime that you physically bring against women. So when I hear people in the States talk about, well, they got femicide, we got it in the States, bro. We got the same crimes in the States. In masses. That's just a little tip I want you guys to realize, because you'll hear that sometimes. Shout out to you guys. Yes, sir. Mr. O is always just living. Passport King is in here. Like he said, these women in the States don't realize how they're good. Shout out to Tori being in the building, man. What are we doing right tonight? He said, I believe that most of these people crash out as they are not getting properly informed about a country. And that's why I said, dudes, if this was my last stream and me and Andrea have decided to shut the channels down, the last bit of advice I want to give you is stop looking at us, any of us YouTubers, like what we've done is easy. I don't care if it's a weekend warrior and you're traveling for the weekend, or if you're a person that wants to start a business, or you want to get certified with Theo, or whether you want to. And that's another thing. Anything worth having, you're going to have to put in the work for it. Anything, whether it be a female, whether it be traveling, whether it be education, whether it be a career, we all know as grown men, we're grown enough now. Some of us in our 30s, 40s, and 50s, you grown enough to know it ain't no free lunch in life. Get that out your head. There is no hookup. I know black people love, give me the, hey dog, can I get the hookup? No, there ain't no damn hookup. There's no such thing as a hookup. It took me years to get past that, man. There is no hookup. There is no brotherly, sisterly hookup. You just got to put in the work to accomplish what you want to accomplish. This dude's down here that knows Spanish like bam. And I've been here 4 or 5 years before they got here. I don't be looking at them dudes like, hey dog, could you give me the hookup on how you learn? No, Dre, you got to put in the same work they did. There is no hookup, Andre. There is none. I can introduce you to a teacher or a course that I took, but there is no hookup. You got to put in the work. Same thing for you weekend warriors. When you sit back and say, I want this woman and I want that type of woman. No, dude, you got to put in the work. Dre, introduce me to, I'm not introducing you to anybody. I had to put in the work. Theo had to put in the work in Japan. So did T-Mac when he was in Japan. So did T-Mac when he was in LA. So did T-Mac when he was in Medellin. So did Jay Clyde in Medellin, even when he was in Brazil. All these guys had to put in the work. There is no hookup. It literally doesn't exist. Connections exist. Maybe a little bit of luck and blessing exists, but no free lunch to where you don't have to do nothing. You just, no. But let's go back to the video. Shout out to you guys. Shout out to you guys. They say traveling overseas takes strategic planning. Absolutely correct. Luck only goes so far. So true. So true. Good point. Back to the video, gentlemen. Let me shut up for a minute. Let's enjoy this. Once again, this sister was like, I was married to a Nigerian for 10 years and I live in Ghana, but I would love to be back with the Nigerian men. They're so masculine. Shout out to Zay. Hey, my man. Black Samurai in the building? Man, come on now. Y'all blessing me tonight. Let's go back to the video. I'm gonna come back to your comment, Zay.
Prefer Nigerian. It just aligns better with my personality, and they kind of get me.
Everyone, please relax. Everyone, please relax. This is not room. This is not time for semantics. It's not time. This is biology. Biology. It's not a negative thing. It's not like it's negative. You know, that you are. The good Lord said, let there be man, and there was Nigeria. We're talking the Alpha and the Omega, the beginning and the end. And we are created in his what? In his image. So therefore, the Alpha part, everything else, Omega. Okay, listen, seriously, like deny it if you want to, but you know, people hate on Apple every day, yet iPhone sell out. So I'm not doing this with you. I'm not. Like, the proof is in the pudding. Like, fight if you want to. You can either get the good product or, you know, imitation. You can even get the Timo with a shin.
First of all, let's discuss housing. Housing is cheap only when you're renting.
Shout out to Bravo in the building.
Because most renters are locals. So, of course, the housing is going to be cheap. They know they make it too high. People are not going to have nowhere to live. They're not really going to have any clients. So they say, okay, well, let's make the rent low so they could just save up their money and they pay us a year, and they save up the money through the year so they can pay us for the next year or 2 years. Then when you go into buying, they know that locals really not buying.
Did you hear what she said? It's not the local Nigerian that's buying these houses that we see. What you see is mainly foreigners that buy houses.
Most of the people that are buying are foreigners. People are coming from America, coming from the UK, coming from Canada. They have the money, so they coming over there to buy it. So most of the time when you see a house in a crop, you're going to see houses there and you're like, oh my God, the house is so beautiful. I want that house. You're going to call them and they're going to say upwards of 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 800.
Thanks, Zay.
Thousand. You're like, oh, hell no. I'm not living across the street from no dirty cows for $800,000.
Look at this.
That's because
Look
there's
at this.
no code. So there's
Look at
nobody
this. Look at this.
regular.
Let's go back. Let's bring that beat back right there. I want y'all to see this. You talking about I'm going back to the motherland. Are you going to wash your hair like this?
With it buying. So most of the time when you see a house in a crop, you're going to see houses there and you're like, oh my God, that house is so beautiful. I want that house. You're going to call them and they're going to say upwards of 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 800,000. You're like, oh, hell no. I'm not living across the street from no dirty cows for $800,000.
Come on. Are you going to wash your hair like this? Are you going to wash your hair in your face every day like this? Welcome to the motherland, brothers. Even if you ain't going to do it, to see somebody else doing it. You just walking down the street one day, minding your business. All of a sudden you see a cow minding his business, just urinating. He ain't done nothing to nobody. He just taking a piss. All of a sudden, some African dude put his head underneath the cow while the cow peeing to wash his face. Tori says, it's not just in Nigeria, my brother. And he say it is in Ghana, Kenya. Now she's talking about Ghana right now. Kenya. He say damn near all of Africa. Bruh, the only thing in Colombia that has blown me away, and we need to do some videos on this one. I might pull one up on this episode, is the Colombians in Cartagena in the coastal region is having sex with donkeys. I'm going to say that again. You got Colombians up in the Atlantic coast, up there in Cartagena, Barranquilla, Santa Marta, that coastal area, in the country region of those areas. And there are plenty of videos out there. Their first girlfriend, their first lover, and many of these dudes are married to women. Oh, okay, we're gonna watch it tonight. Okay, once we get done with the Africa, we're gonna go to Colombia. Y'all think I'm playing? Their first lover is a donkey. In Colombia, they got donkey brothels.
Stone me if you must, but point out where I lie. Stone me if you must, but point out where I lie.
You stupid IMFF. They got donkey brothels in the Atlantic coast. The women know, the wives know that if they men cheat, 9 times out of 10, it ain't gonna be with no woman. He gonna have a bottle of aguardiente. Dude, these dudes love these donkeys so much. They have a parade, a beauty pageant for donkeys. So why y'all smashing some of these Colombian women up in the coastal area? Because that's mainly where it happens, up in the coast. Y'all do know that y'all might be smashing that dude fine wife or fine girlfriend. But while he was up in her, he just left the donkey. We gonna watch it tonight. Y'all think I'm playing? Yep, that's. So this dude getting a horse, getting urinated on is not new. I know some of y'all like, what the? Yes. 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 He said, I heard of white women in the States engaging in that foolishness with horses and dogs. But yep, I've heard of that. It's a real thing, yeah. Kid you not, man. They got, like, I kid you not, in that area of the country, they got real brothels, man. Donkey brothels. You can go in there for whatever amount of time you need to, and dudes be sharing donkeys. Donkey orgies. Kid you not, dog. Y'all think I'm exaggerating too, and I'm kind of like being overboard with it. No, it's a serious thing. I'm not smiling on this one. I've been knowing about this for like, I talked to on Taylor Made Dreams show about this maybe 4 years ago, and then actually dropped a video on this. Cause Taylor Made Dreams, Russ, he couldn't believe it. I was like, yeah, man, they down here smashing donkeys, man. Outside of Cartagena. Oh, okay. Y'all think, okay, here we go. Let me show y'all something. We're gonna come back to the video in a second. I'm gonna show y'all something real quick. Y'all think this is a joke. I'm gonna show y'all right on here. Let's blow this up. Andrea in there laughing, so. Hey, babe, could you bring me a bottle of water? Thank you. Okay, I'm gonna show y'all this on the map, right? I want y'all to see something, how I'm serious I am about this. Let's remove this, and we're gonna bring that back in a second. Stop that and bring this up. Thank you, sexy boo. Okay. This is the Cartagena that we all know and love, correct? Let me move this out the way. This is Cartagena that we all know and love. Right here is when you get ready, for you guys that haven't been to Cartagena before, this is the Atlantic coast. This is the airport, right? You're going to drive down the airport and you're going to come right here. This is Old Town. This is where you see that beautiful buildings and everything in Cartagena, and it looks so wonderful. And then when you go to Boca Grande, which is right here, Aquí, this is the area that we all hang out in. It looks like South Beach, where all the buildings are like fancy and new, and it kind of like, let me blow that up real quick. And it looks like this. This is Boca Grande, right? So it looks like South Beach, Miami. That's why a lot of people don't go to South Beach. They come to Cartagena because you can enjoy that side of Cartagena, or you could come to the Old Town. Let's look at some of the buildings. You come to Old Town Cartagena, and you can see some of the historical buildings, right? So you got the Old Town that's right down on one side, and you have the new. But notice, and you're only 5-minute ride from the airport. Bam, bam. That's why Cartagena stays so packed, because tourists don't have to go far. Now let's look at the rest of Cartagena. This is us. This is where we go to. This is the rest of Cartagena that most of us who don't live there don't go to. You see how large Cartagena is, but most of us only go either here or here Most of us don't go into here. Now you see all this country region of Cartagena and all of this, all these small little country towns and all this region. That's where they're sleeping with the horses. I mean, sleeping with the donkeys right here. They could be sleeping with horses too. The donkeys, don't be laughing, Andre. So all of this right here is country. Farm folk. All of this right here, farm folk. Most of y'all didn't know Cartagena had a Lorellas. We just think about Lorellas and Medellin. So all of this country region, that's where they're sleeping with the cows. I mean, sleeping with the, could be sleeping with the cows, with the donkeys. So now the rest of Colombia, they ain't on that. It's just here. Like this is us Cali, this is Medellin. Medellin ain't on that. Bogota ain't on that. The coffee region's not on that. Cali's not on that. But this area, which is Santa Marta, Barranquilla, right here. 2 hours away is Barranquilla. 2 hours away is Cartagena. That's why sometimes we often recommend fly into Santa Marta and enjoy Santa Marta beach area. If you get tired of Medellin, I mean, if you're getting tired of Cartagena, go to Santa Marta. I don't know why y'all deal with the masses and the madness of Cartagena when you can go to Santa Marta. That's the Marriott right there. That's the waterfall in Santa Marta. You can go to Santa Marta and literally enjoy the same Atlantic Ocean beach without all those tourists all around you. And then you can do like Andre and I did. You take a bus, like a giant Greyhound fancy bus. 2 hours later, you're in Barranquilla. So bam, you enjoying Barranquilla. So now you're having fun in Barranquilla, enjoying yourself. Right? You're down there with Shakira land, in the land of Shakira. And then you catch another bus 2 hours later, and you are in, let me scroll down. You are in, not even 2 hours later, you are in Cartagena. That's how we did it. We got a chance to knock out in 5 days. We knocked out 3 cities. We went to Santa Marta 2 hours later, bus ride, enjoyed the Barranquilla Festival in February, bus ride, and enjoyed 2 days to 3 days in Cartagena, and then flew back to Cali. To where y'all sitting in y'all sitting in the bus, I mean in the airport for 3 hours trying to get into Cartagena. Y'all trying to get into Cartagena, sitting there 3 hours standing there in the airport in Cartagena. I just gave y'all a hookup. Don't let it slide by. 3 hours in here just to get to here and to here. But I just want to show you guys where the area where they mess with the donkeys, bruh. So yeah, it's not like I'm making it up. He said, I ain't about to shout out to those donkeys. Hell no. That's some hee-haw type stuff. All you old heads know what I'm talking about, hee-haw. He said, I never knew Colombia was so complex. That's just one region, yeah. Like some guys have never even realized right here. Like right here, further down is, like if you like Cartagena, you would like, let me scroll down. It is not here. It is right about here. It's past Cartagena. Let me scroll down. It's a really nice beach area and that a lot of guys don't think about. think this is it too. Let me make sure. I think that's it. It's like this beach area that a lot of guys don't even think about. I forget the name of it too. It is. No, that's not the one. That's not the one. It's another one, dude. That's really, really nice. It's a beach area. It's really nice, man. But everybody always runs to Cartagena or Barranquilla or Santa Marta. But yeah, that's how we did it. We did the bus rides, and the bus rides were really nice. They had the movie screen on the back of the seats, just like the airport. By the time you got done watching the movie, you were pulling up in the next city. So that's what's cool. That was cool. That's what was cool. But let's go back to the video. I just want to let you guys see that. Yeah, that's with donkeys like Hee Haw and Green Acres. Facts. Facts with the Green Acres, Necro. I got you. Hey, Andrea's not here. She wouldn't have saw that. She wouldn't have saw that you. Shout out to Bravo being here. You say first time tourista like to see Colombia without knowing Colombia. For real. He said they stay in a Boca bubble. Yes, they do. Yes, they do, brother. Preach. Zay says this. He say just different cultures, but get mad about passport bros for coming down to buy females. At least they ain't on bestiality. Correct. 100% correct. All right, let's go. Now let's go back to the video. Let me remove this from the stage, and now we can go back to the video. But I just wanted to let you guys see that they do crazy stuff down here in that region of Colombia. Hey, all you do is in Cartagena. I wish I could say otherwise, but it is what it is, bro. It is what it is. Okay, let's go back. I'm gonna let this ride for a little bit. Keep my mouth shut.
There's no code, so there's nobody regulating the housing market. There's nobody that's doing inspections of these houses. So basically, the person who built the house or invested in this house can sell the house for whatever they want. Nobody's going to tell them they cannot. That's their own prerogative.
So if you
sell the house for what they want, and then you being from another country come over here and you see how beautiful it is, you're like, oh, I want to buy it, until you get in there and realize it's a nightmare.
Remember, she just said they don't have housing inspection like we do in the States. So there is no inspection to make sure this is right, that's right. It just looks good. But like she said, after you've paid all that money for it, and they just could change the prices to whatever they want it to be, now you got a nightmare on your hands.
Because first, the water, the infrastructure is trash.
Wait a minute. Did she give the address 1428 Elm Street, Accra, Ghana? Okay, this is the same case in Uganda too. What do I always tell you? Never buy a house in Africa if you are not a citizen. If you're an American, buy in America, rent in Africa. There's so much real estate going up in Uganda or Kenya, people can't even sell it or can't even rent it. So why would you buy it? Because if you buy it, you can't rent it. You know what I mean? If you can Airbnb it, but it's hard, right? So don't do that. Buy in the US stock market. You can make a business here. You can do very well here. It's opportunities here, but never buy here if they won't give you citizenship. Once you get citizenship here, then okay, you have some rights in the country. But don't spend US dollar prices to have a 99-year lease. It doesn't make any sense. You can go to somewhere else in the new market. You can go to Akron, Ohio and buy. You can go to St. Louis and buy property. You own it.
The water may not work all the time. Sometimes you can wake up and there's no tap flowing. And who you gonna call? Ghostbusters? Like nobody's coming to save you. Nobody's coming to help you. So then,
KK is quiet. When you coming to Uganda, you are crazy as hell. She's right. Tap water be going out in Uganda too.
It's times where you're not going to have electricity. The electricity goes out. The only way you can fix that is to have a generator. Generators cost upward of $3,000.
Y'all heard that? Generators cost $3,000. Zay said this. He said, I hear the same thing about Colombia. Don't buy in the States, but rent in Colombia for Airbnb business. Yep. Absolutely correct. I agree with that. If you're not going to be here in Colombia, don't buy in Colombia unless you're going to Airbnb it out. Now realize this, Colombia being close enough to the United States is a good business for Airbnb. Like you're in Cartagena, you got 110% occupancy in Cartagena. Because so many people, thousands upon thousands of people are coming to Cartagena. So you know your spot gonna go almost like Bahamas. You know, if you got a spot in Bahamas, it's gonna always rent out. So Cartagena is like that. So I always say this: if I was going to Airbnb, I would Airbnb in Cartagena to foreigners. That's where I will buy my property from. Any other parts of Colombia, maybe Medellin, because it has that notoriety. But most other parts of Colombia, I will buy a piece of property for myself, you know, in Andrea, but not for Airbnb-ing it out. No. You know, like Medellin is like 80% occupancy, I believe, if not 80% occupancy. Cali is like 60 to 70% occupancy. But Cartagena, you can't keep enough people in Cartagena. So yeah. He say she first world soiled or spoiled. Yeah, could be it. He say U.S. men are aware of this and knew how to survive with this. Yeah, and that's the funny part. A lot of sisters, passport sisters, are just discovering this. Like, oh my God, girl, I thought I could come over here and buy this, but I didn't realize that it wasn't inspected. And you know how hard it is. Let's be real. It's hard for single women without a man in the States to own a piece of property, because if you ain't got a man to do the plumbing work, or you know, put the if you're up north, put the upstairs in the attic, put the fiber in the attic to keep the house warm. If you don't have anybody in the house that if something breaks down, the husband is there or the boyfriend is there that could take care of it, or move some of the furniture from upstairs to downstairs or from downstairs to upstairs. Women in the States that have a really nice house, and I've dated some women with some really nice homes, but they always had to pay somebody to come in to do this. They had to pay somebody to come take care of this, pay somebody to bring in a ladder to change their smoke alarm or smoke detectors. If you think it's that hard to have a house in the state as a woman, where you got people there that you can just easily pay off and they're going to do a good job. Just imagine if you're a woman and you're in Africa, how hard that is. Back to the video.
Easy. A generator for a big house. You talking about a plant? A plant,
right? That's true.
$5, $6, $7, $8,000. It's not cheap. Then you need fuel to keep it flowing. And fuel is expensive.
A lot of dudes do.
Not forget the fuel, okay? If you have a Nissan Versa and you want to fill the Nissan Versa up, it's going to cost you a good $90 to $120 to fill that Nissan Versa up. So can you imagine filling the fuel up in a plant, and then the electric been going off all week? During raining, flooding. Those are already bad. Flooding on top of that. So you're like, dang, I can't even drive nowhere. Then driving is always crazy and hectic. Can you see my frustration?
What she says, it's like almost like you're talking about Uganda. It's the same 100% accurate truth.
Okay. Like, it's very frustrating. Like, nobody's out here. There's no rules. Everybody can go act chaotic and do what they want. Everybody just running amongst. Okay.
I like the editing though. I like the editing. You've been getting better at this, right? This is good.
And then you got flooding on top of it. And then you got messed up roads on top of that. Then you want to get a nice car. The cars are expensive as hell.
Yeah, this is actually them. They're in the water where doo-doo is coming out of that. So if you don't know, they're in there full of shit right now, literally. And its gutters are open. So you see the doo-doo just passing through the water. Like, boop, 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 boop. You see that brown water walking down the street? You see it you cannot walk down the street and not see those open gutters. You're going to see it. Luckily, I love Uganda so much, I don't show it on my personal channel, but yeah, just Google the pictures. You'll see it. Doo-doo everywhere.
Let's say you want to ride fresh. You want a Mercedes-Benz.
Before she talks about the Mercedes-Benz, shout out to my man Dave. And Dave says this. He say, and I'm going to get to the cash apps in a second, gentlemen. Thank you for your support. He says this. He said, Andre, so while living in the States, and I would like to buy a place in Cali or other parts, so I shouldn't do that? I would say yes. If you're looking to relocate here or be here part-time, I would say yes, invest in the property, because property is going to go. One thing that's going to happen about Colombia, more and more people are going to discover Colombia. Prices are going to go up. Colombia is not like other countries where there's a 99-year lease. It's just regular rental, just like in the United States. The only difference between Colombia and the United States, for the most part, let's begin with this. When it comes to Colombia, and correct me if I'm wrong, gentlemen that are out there in Colombia, when it comes to Colombia, there's no first month's, last month rent. There is no credit check like it is in the United States. They'll check out your background, and they'll check out as far as like if you lived like out here where we live. It's a lot more expensive, so they want to make sure that you can afford to be out. They'll do that, but not like a real credit check, and you need to have first months and last month. They don't do that in Colombia, not for the most part. I haven't heard that at all. Maybe some of you guys have heard that. So if you're going to get a spot out here in Colombia, you're going to rent a spot, or if you're going to purchase a spot, let that be your spot where you like, okay, I can either Airbnb it out, or I can either I'm gonna eventually live in Colombia. I know that's the country I want to live in. But to sit back, if you think that you're just gonna rent it out with Colombia prices, who wants to buy a $200,000 spot and you have to rent it out for at the most $700 a month? You gotta hope that tourism in Colombia lasts, from now on. You got to hope that nothing goes wrong, because if American tourism or foreign tourism ever slows down in Colombia, like it did in Aruba a few years ago with the blonde white girl that came up in Aruba, just getting back on its feet when it comes to tourism over the last 5 years. Remember that the white girl that came up missing in Aruba? Aruba tourism crashed because of one white girl. And they just got their tourism back over the last 5 years. Nobody was going to Aruba for no reason. So you better hope that never happens to Colombia or any country, by the way, at the end of the day. But if you want to buy a piece of property in Colombia, I recommend first consider a piece of property that you would want to stay in if it didn't take off as an Airbnb. I'm gonna say this again. If you bought a piece of property in Cartagena and it did not take off as an Airbnb, would you still want that piece of property? If yes, go ahead and purchase it. There's a lot of people that own property down here. We just looked at the video yesterday of the one sister that bought a piece of property. She had been talking about, she's Afro-Colombian. She's Afro-Colombian and Afro, that was me and Andre looking at it. She's Afro-Colombian and Dominican. And she had been all over TikTok showing the fact that she was going to this place in Cartagena, that place in Cartagena. And then this week she celebrated, finally bought her piece of property, paid cash for it. She's excited, but that's what she wants to be in, even if it doesn't take off as an Airbnb. Now in Cartagena, it will, but let's say it didn't. Would she still want that Airbnb? Yes. So when you're looking for a spot, make sure you look for a spot that even if it didn't take off in Rio, you still would like to have that spot for yourself in Rio. Because you never know. Oh yeah, I like Santa Marta. I ain't gonna even lie. Santa Marta is up and coming. They've been building up in Santa Marta. They have been building. See, a lot of people are starting, when I just showed you the map, a lot of people are starting to discover how congested Cartagena is. Santa Marta's got the same historical type of buildings. Santa Marta is the oldest city in Colombia, the oldest, so it's got history upon history. It's not as large, but it's really nice. Santa Marta condos are going up like crazy. Even when me and Andrea were there last time, they were building a lot of condos. You don't have to worry about somebody harassing you all on the beach. Cartagena has its fame because of Boca Grande, the new South Beach looking area. That's what's keeping the, and plus everybody from around the world are going to Cartagena. That's why they're raising the prices on y'all. Cartagena is expensive as can be now compared to where it used to be. It's not expensive like the States, but compared to how it used to be, if Cartagena was like this in 2020 when me and Andrea went last time, now we've been there since then, it's up here now as far as price. It's too many tourists. So if it were me and I needed me a getaway spot, I'm not buying a spot in Cartagena unless it's investment. But if it's just I need me a getaway spot, I'll do Barranquilla and Santa Marta. Barranquilla is only wild during the Barranquilla festival. The rest of it is quiet. Some of y'all want a party spot where all the ladies are party. Me, if I was single, I need a spot where I can party with 1 or 2 ladies at a time. I don't need to party with 500 ladies. Just give me 1 or 2 at a time if I was still single. And Santa Marta offers you that. You don't have to worry about people bothering you on the beach all the time, like in Medellin. I mean, like in Cartagena. You ain't got to worry about the rappers walking down. Like me and Andrea was there when no rappers walking down the street bothering us. And the cool part about Santa Marta is this. If we wanted to go to Cartagena and have fun for the weekend, we can catch the bus and 4 hours later, we're in Cartagena, or half an hour flight. Santa Marta has a really nice airport right off the ocean. I thought Cartagena's airport was off the ocean. Soon as you walk out the airport, the Atlantic Ocean is literally a few steps away. It's like right there. How the heck? Like, I've never seen that before. An airport that's literally built off the edge of the ocean. It's not like it's out there, it's right there. That's me. If I can get to somewhere within a couple of hours, cool. I can go to Cartagena, act a fool for the weekend, and leave y'all tourists alone. And I can go back to Santa Marta. That's how I would do it. Or I would go, dudes be like, oh, Barranquilla is boring. Yes, it is. Outside the festival, yes, it is. But they got some of the most attractive women, and you ain't got to deal with the headaches that dudes 2 hours away in Cartagena got to deal with the ladies. You ain't heard about nobody getting drugged in Barranquilla? Who got robbed in Barranquilla? Where all the Barranquilla scammer stories at? Where all the stories where people are selling Tussie, the pink cocaine, in Barranquilla? I'm not saying Barranquilla is innocent. I'm saying that it's opposite. It ain't Medellin. I can fly to Medellin. See, y'all don't realize Colombia is a huge country, but it's small enough and it's so inexpensive enough. You ain't gotta be where the action is on your doorstep. That's why me and Andrea love Cali. We ain't got to deal with none of them headaches of Medellin. We ain't got to deal with none of them headaches of Cartagena. If we want to go to Cartagena, we get on a plane and we spend a weekend and we come on back. If we want to go to the coffee region, we don't have to be in the coffee region. We just jump in our car and 2.5 hours to 3 hours later, we in Salento enjoying the world's tallest palm trees and then just having a good time. And then we come back home. And a lot of times we don't even wait for the weekend. We do it during the week so we can have the whole mansion or the whole resort to ourselves. To ourselves. You guys always want to be, I'm gonna give me a spot in Cartagena by the action. I don't need that. I don't want that. I want a spot quiet. I don't need y'all tourists around me. I live in this country now. I don't want to be bothered with y'all all day long. Black tourists, white tourists, Asian tourists. I lived that life in Florida. It is not what it's all cracked up to be. I lived in Tampa and I lived in Orlando. And I'm telling you, being around tourists all the time and living in a state where you got people coming from New York and all these other parts during the winter time, making everything more expensive every year in Florida. I know that life. I didn't want that life when I moved to Colombia. In any country we moved to, like me and Andre, we're one of those couples that if we move to France, we ain't living in the middle of Paris. We living on the outskirts of Paris to where we can get to Paris, but we ain't living in the middle of Paris. Hell no. We will go to enjoy Paris, but we living out here. That's how we are. We can live in a nice suburban area in Europe or any other country and not have, see, some of you guys have to be in Pattaya in Thailand. I don't have to. I can be on the outskirts, party every weekend in Pattaya, but I ain't living there. I don't need to be around y'all damn tourists all the time. No, I want boring. Give me Barranquilla every time, hands down. If somebody said I'm giving you a house in Cartagena or in Barranquilla, I personally, now Andre might be different, I personally would take Barranquilla over Cartagena. Y'all too much of a headache for me. It's too much you got to deal with. I would take Cartagena because it's a good investment. I would take Barranquilla or Santa Marta if I was going to be living there. No shame on you dudes that live in Cartagena, but I'm just saying, man, no. There you go. That's a great point. Where everybody's on one city, you just said there's a city that's even better than that most guys don't even know about. That's a great point. Excuse me, gentlemen. He said that's why Santa Marta, Armenia, the coffee region, Bucamo Grande. Yeah, I said that correctly. Bucamo Grande. Thank you, baby. And we actually been there, and I didn't pronounce it correctly. Has always been my places of choice for Colombia. Bucaramanga. Did I get it right? Bucaramanga. And thanks, babe. He said, but my speed is Paraguay. You know, more slow pace, more relaxed parts of Colombia. Some of y'all dudes, I want to say this. That's why you always have me say, and it's in the book, I dedicated a whole chapter to it. The vacation you versus the relocation you. Never let the vacation you dictate where the relocation you will live. Some of you dudes love Rio as vacationers. But once you live in Brazil, you'll discover some spots that's just as good as Rio, more sisters, sexier sisters on the outskirts of Rio or in other parts of Rio. Why? Because you're a relocator now. You're not a vacationer. So the vacation you and the relocation you are two totally different entities. It's just like a LLC and a sole proprietorship, right? Totally different entities. Your LLC is actually its own person, has its own tax ID and everything else. You have a social security number as a sole proprietorship. So don't do that. Just because you have fun in Cartagena, if you really aren't sure, go see other parts. Like I said, me personally, I wouldn't live in Cartagena. And I know some guys that have great lives in Cartagena, but I couldn't do it. Too many tours for me. I did that life. No, thank you. Yep, an investment visa. Yeah, that's absolutely correct. He say like ninja-free neighborhoods. Facts. T-Mac know what I'm talking about. T-Mac been living in Medellin to where he could tell you, live here, don't live there. Go here, but don't go there. Kid you not. I could tell y'all that about Orlando. I could tell y'all that about Tampa. Bradenton. All the way down I-75. I could tell you just about most of I-75 all the way down to Fort Lauderdale. Now, once you get to Miami, that's a whole new animal. I can't tell you much about it. But I've been to all those little spots all the way up and down I-75 enough. I could tell you a lot about those small cities, those small beach towns. You say, Zay was asking about that. Somebody answered it. He said, are you eligible for a business visa after investing? Yes. In property in Colombia, yes. Or for business and otherwise, yes. Absolutely correct. That is correct. You will be eligible. Tori says this. He says, see, Andre and I are the same age. We like to chill. Yes, sir, and have things smooth. He said, I love my age. If y'all think I don't like being 57, I like 57 better than I like 27. I was in the feds and I still have 4 more years to go when I was 27. I'll say that again. When I was 27, I'm stuck in the feds. Just did 6, got 4 more to go. So I'm enjoying my 50s. I wish I would sit back and be like, man, I'm 57 years. I can't believe I'm going to lie to my about my age. Not Andre. I ain't lying. No. Shout out to my brother Thelonious in the building. Support Black Male Media. Appreciate you, brother. Appreciate you. And speaking of support, let me make sure I check on the guys that if you support it by way of Cash App or PayPal. I don't want to leave you brothers out. Then we'll get back to the video about Africa. I'm glad that you guys had comments as well. Shout out to you guys. Shout out to T-Mac with the $15 love, supporting the content. And my man Necro with the $5, also supporting the content. Appreciate you guys. Appreciate you, gentlemen, more than you realize. Make sure we got everybody. Oh, yeah, we did. Cool. All right. Let's go back to the video. I don't mean to interrupt the video, but I know that she's giving so many nuggets for us to be able to use. He said, my building is in Laurellas because it's all local professional. And that's why we're in LaFleur. That's why we're in LaFleur. Give you a perfect example. Perfect example, right? In LaFleur here in Cali. And T-Mac can attest to this. Most of Colombia does not have school buses for kids like in the States. The only areas you're going to see school buses where the kids get off the bus, the parents are paying for those buses. Just like parents pay for school uniforms, there's a fee for your kids to get on that bus to ride from school and be dropped off just like in the States. If you live in those areas, like here, you'll see those school buses all the time. But if you live in touristy areas, you guys will never know that they got school buses down here for kids. Why? Because you don't live in the areas that are like the Laurellas areas in Medellin. Y'all too busy trying to be in the potty, which is nothing wrong with that. But like I said, there's a difference between the vacation you and the relocation you. He said, I love boring them 30. Yeah, Zay a laid back soul, man. Zay is like Zay, my Uncle Jeffrey. A lot of you dudes that's kind of like got that lay. Who's like that? Who else like that? Horace from Colombia. I mean, from Canada. A lot of you dudes have a real. That's one thing I noticed, man. I've been saying this for years. The one thing I notice about most dudes that come to Cali, all you guys got one thing a thread that I notice y'all have in common. All y'all got that quiet, laid back, cool soul. It ain't too many loud dudes kind of like throw the money in the air like I just don't care type of dudes that last in Cali. They usually last like a couple days. They throw a pool party and they get the hell out of Cali. It ain't made for them. Cali is really made for grown men audiences only. I kid y'all not. I don't know. I'm not saying it like that just to discourage anybody. What I'm saying is I notice everybody that comes to Cali to enjoy Cali really has like a down-to-earth personality. Men and women are just kind of like chill people. They go to other spots and party, but they come home to Cali and that's why we get so many dudes that are coming from Medellin, because they're like, okay, I party hard in Medellin, but I really want, my vacation side partied in Medellin, but my relocation side want to live in Cali. My vacation side lived in Cartagena. My relocation side says Barranquilla or Santa Marta or Manizales or Pareda, the coffee regions, the farm regions, the quieter. They're cities, but they're quieter, more countryside cities. It's like if you live in Atlanta, you have small cities that are still cities, but they're outside of Atlanta. They're not famous, but they're just like small, suburban, nice-sized cities. That's Manizales, Pareda, Armenia area. They're really nice cities, but they're just not famous. And Bucaramanga is the same thing. Yeah, oh yeah. Yeah, I like Santa Marta, man. It was really nice, man. Very, very, I like Santa Marta. I kid you not. He said, make sure that your investment is 3x the purchase price to make sure that you still qualify up on renewal. Good tips, man. Good tips. I love when we share information with each other. Shout out to Tori. You say Frankie Beverly type of cat. Yeah. That's who y'all are. Them Frankie Beverly type of cats. Them laid back souls. Like I said, Zay you would not know that Zay was 30. Because he acts so laid back. Zay, Andrea, them old souls. Them people that been here before. They done lived his life 2 or 3 times. And so they don't move like the rest of the young heads. They have fun. Don't get it twisted. They still young, but they don't move like the rest of the young heads. They them people that been here before. Zay reminds, soon as I met Zay, first thing I thought about was like, man, he an old soul like Andrea is. Them people that carry themselves way more mature than most people are. Jeffrey is like that. Even if you put them in the hood, they even more mature than just a regular hood dude. Who else is like that in Brazil? Oh man, my brother, man, that lives in Brazil. He moved from DR to Brazil. He's like that, 30 years old, just got his bachelor's. He did it online. He started it while he was in the States. He moved to DR, kept on doing his bachelor's, finished it off when he was in Brazil. Chapapa, shout out to my man Chapapa, YouTuber. He's 30, 31. Same thing, an old soul. There's some dudes out there, man, got that Frankie Beverly and Mays type of personality. Laid back, you right. That's what that is. Good call. Naples, Florida. Yep, I've been there plenty of times, but in Naples. Naples got small beaches right off the coast. Yeah, I've been to Naples a couple times. I've been to Naples about 5 times. Yeah, Terrell. Yeah, Terrell is another one. Laid back dudes, laid back, young but laid. You would not know these dudes' age, man. They laid back, and even us older dudes that come down to Cali, kind of like laid back type of guys. Give us a couple cigars and a couple drinks and leave us alone. That's it. Give us some catfish, we good. That's it. That's all we looking for right now. Yep. Aiken said this. He said, "I'm pretty laid back individual. That's how Cali piqued my interest." He said, when you broke it down versus the major cities in Colombia. Yeah. Kid you not, it's It's the third largest city. It's the #1 hospital city. So just medical city. It's not Medellin. You would think it would be Medellin, right? I thought it was Medellin for years. But I got some interviews coming up with some of the specialists that help people when they come to Cali. Cali's hospital, numero uno. Numero uno. Yep. Andrew says this. Shout out to Andrew being in the building. Andrew said the reason that I want to visit Cali more, he said, I fit into Cali type by description. Yeah, a lot of you dudes do. A lot of you dudes do. He said, by the way, I lived in the Oh, did you? You lived in the panhandle of South Beach, of a small beach town. Shout out to the panhandle of Florida. Yes, sir. Yes, sir. Let's go back to the video, gentlemen. Right here.
To get a Mercedes Benz gonna cost you over $15,000, $20,000.
A used one.
It's not gonna be like in America where you can just go get your old Mercedes Benz and you pay $5,000-$6,000 for it. It's not gonna work like that. You want a nice car, you're gonna have to have over $15,000 to get a nice car. And if you want a raggedy piece of crap, maybe $5,000 to get it, but you're not in America, so you're not gonna get them for $1,500 or $2,000. It just does not work that way.
Great point.
So the cars are expensive. So you want to buy this nice car. You want to drive on these roads, but you got to worry about the roads, the potholes. And when I'm talking about potholes, you can put 4, 5, 6 freaking Negroes inside the hose.
I swear to God and 30 white folks, you can baptize people in some potholes in Kampala. It is that bad. The side of the road is literally falling off.
Look at that.
Like, you
Look
can
at
swim.
that.
Literally, I almost got my hand broken one day because somebody tried to snatch my phone off on a motorcycle. But if the road was still usable.
Look at that pothole, dude. Let me move me out the way. Look at that. Let's bring that beat back.
Negroes inside the hole.
I swear to God and 30 white folks, you can baptize people.
Come on now. Look at all them cars sunk.
In some potholes in Kampala. It is that bad. The road.
Bruh. You talking about buying a car, a nice car? You got to deal with that? Man, we ain't got that in Colombia. I ain't gonna even lie. I won't even lie. We got some tough roads, but we got some nice roads too. But they showing y'all the real Africa, brother. Hey, yes, sir. Those are Detroit potholes. Yes, sir. He is not lying about that one. That one is true. Detroit is in Detroit, you can get a truck sunk in a pothole. That is true. Zay said, this live stream is proof that a lot of black men don't always think of spending money on pay-for-play. Come on, man. My man Zay is absolutely correct. But investing in properties and business ventures in their foreign countries. Absolutely correct. He said, nah, I'm good. He says she dumb. She automatically want to buy Benzes. For real. Coming to a new country, so I'm buying me a Benz. She want to flex, so that's not being smart with your money. Absolutely correct. You say those are Cleveland potholes too. Shout out to Cleveland. Let's continue on. Goodness gracious.
The side of the road is literally falling off. Like, you can swim in there. Literally, I almost got my hand broken one day because somebody tried to snatch my phone off on a motorcycle. But if the road was still usable, then he wouldn't have never been able to reach because the road was falling apart. I couldn't use the full entirety of the road. So he was much closer than I thought he was. And he sprained my finger for about like 4 months. If I ever see you, I'm gonna beat your ass too. But anyway, that's another story. So yes, those potholes, you're gonna mess your brakes up, you're gonna mess your shocks up. Often I take my car, I have a car. Often I take my car to repair a lot. And it's always those shocks issues, it's always brakes, it's always alignment. And if you get a nice car, like a foreign car, you're down bad.
That's how big the hole be. Tell me I'm lying. Like, nope. It's a hole by my street. And I have to tell everybody who come, do not miss the hole, because people miss the hole and fall inside all the time. Their car be stuck inside. People have to help pull their car out of it.
People got to help pull your car out the hole.
Stuff that you normally wouldn't see in the West or where you're from.
Speaking of falling in the hole, there was a young lady that I know one day. She happened to be visiting me. The car that she was in fell in the hole. They had to pull the car out. It's a true story. If I'm lying, I'm flying. She had to come back to where I was. Then we had to get an Uber bike. And then the guy still charged me for him falling in the hole.
The Uber charged you.
It's really bad. You're going to see a lot that's going to make it hard to smile in the future. And so you're dealing with that. Then you said, "Hey, I came."
That's some fresh chicken.
My house. I wanted a nice house, and my house was beautiful, but I didn't know that it was really messed up. The plumbing is messed up. The tissue getting stuck inside the pipes, and the pipes overflowing, and me not having taps sometimes, and not having electricity sometimes, and then trying to get the generator, and then the electric bill. That is another monster in itself. Okay. Dang. That electric bill, my electric bill is like, for the last 4 months, it's like $3,000.
Damn! Electric bill, $3,000.
Are you watching like 3,000?
That's worse than
okay,
the
remember
States.
K Squad. She come edit for me because she good. Backstory on her. She was with a dude, they from DC. I think she like African-American, like Ghanaian, right? They came, they had their kids and stuff. She say he cheated or something like that or whatever. The dude goes back. Then she end up in a relationship with the housekeeper dude. So she was seeing all this stuff the first time. So she left Ghana, broke up with the dude from America, then came back with this other guy. It seemed like a booty clapping condition situation. I don't really know what was. I gotta call her and ask her what happened to the cheeks, but something happened. So she back there now with her kids and this other dude. I don't know if they still together, but it was some definite booty clapping conditions going on.
The electric bill high as hell. Okay.
Yeah, the highways of Colombia are good. They are really good highways.
Electric company's still in the money. So when you go to pay your electric bill, you say, all right, I'm going to put 500 CDs on my electric bill today. 500 CDs, $50. That 500 CDs will last you for 3
Oh,
years.
Yeah. Damn.
Can you imagine? Because the people is behind it is still in the money.
That's one of the good things about Uganda. They don't steal electricity. Umeme is not umeme anymore. It's something else now, but that was pretty good. Yeah. This, I disagree. We do this a lot better than them.
And you have other issues, okay?
Mm-hmm.
We need to really get into it. Let's get into it. Because here we tell the truth, okay?
Hello. That's true, T-Mac. Because I remember we watched a video a couple weeks ago of the black brother and sister that's in Egypt, and you get a card for your electricity, and you go to the grocery store and you put money on it's like a debit card for electricity. You put money on the card, and then when you go home, you punch in your code, and that money that's on the card translates to your meter. But if you run out of, let's say you sleep and you run out of I guess I don't want to say data, but if you run out of whatever it is, if your card runs dry, the grocery store is closed, it's 3 o'clock in the morning, you ain't gonna have no electricity until the grocery store open the next day. So it is a pay as you go. Yep, in Africa, you're right. He said, I'll visit the continent.
Then you got people around you, all skin folks and kin folks.
Preach.
So you're going to have people around you that is going
Shout out to Ohio.
Steal from you, manipulate you, lie to you, cheat you, and you have to be prepared and ready for it. But the normal person that's coming from the West or coming from Europe, coming from Canada or whatever have you, is not coming over here with that mindset that this is a dog-eat-dog country. They're not coming over. They thinking, "Oh,
that's how it is here in Colombia.
Life. I'm going to live on the beach. I'm going to live good. I'm going to eat fufu, and we're going to turn up." No.
That's what I thought.
We have other things to worry about.
I thought I was going to be eating
like food, for instance. So my caretaker, every time I turn around, she's telling me another story.
Wow.
a couple days ago, she told me that I gave her some money. I gave her 400 CDs, which is $40. I told her to go get me some fruit.
Now she's talking about the nanny that helps her out at the house and the kids.
Ended up going home, and she said when she didn't go home yet. That's another story. She ended up going to go get the fruit, but in turn of her going to go get the fruit, she comes back to me and crying. And I said, "Why are you crying?"
That's a good point.
And she said, "Because I got robbed, so I don't have the money, and I feel so bad. So I didn't get my fruit, but that's to be expected." So then another time she went home.
She said that's to be
I
expected.
didn't give her any money to get home. So she called me crying. Oh my God. She was saying that she fell on the ground and some people had to rub her down after she fell. And they saying that she needs to pay now. She needs to pay them 40 CDs, which is $4. And she needs the 40 CDs right now, or they're not going to let her go home.
That's definitely local Africans in business type stuff. That's yes. They'll do that to you. I've had several instances. That's why we have the block button.
So you hear so many stories, so many lies. I can get into it for real, and tell y'all all of the stories.
They lie a lot. I thought folk in America lie. We lie too, but it's a different kind of lie. But these lies, yes, this is very local African. These are the lies I'm used to. Yes, these ones right here, we call it the LAIB, Local Africans in Business Lies. This is what they do.
Stories that I've heard. I mean, you'll hear people telling you that their father is in the hospital, they're the eldest child, they need money for him. If they don't get the money, he's going to pass away because he's not going to get no help. Most of the time, it's a lie.
He's going to be dead then.
He ain't lying.
Then you're going to find out he's going to be alive.
Sometimes it's true. Because when you go to the hospital, when we talk about, let's talk about emergency response. No ambulance is coming to pick you up. If you sick, deaf, it's on you. You got to figure
That's
it
a good
out. You have
point.
to put an emergency
Tribalistic
plan in
racism.
place.
That's definitely here.
As long as you're in Ghana, you need an emergency plan.
Yes,
because
sir.
Nobody is going to come and help you.
Nope.
So you need to go to a hospital. If you have
Crazy.
health problems, I just tell you now, don't come. If you handicapped, don't come. They do not care about handicapped people. There's nothing in place for handicapped people. There's no sidewalks that's going to help you with your wheelchair.
You're going to be in that pothole in your wheelchair. You'll be in that damn pothole, and people going to look at you like you crazy.
He ain't lying.
They're not going to help you out that wheelchair. If they do, they're going to charge you.
Ramps. No.
Too local in
Very
business.
seldomly even see handicapped signs at the grocery store. So that's dead.
So look, I'm not going to react to the whole video, but let me just say this. This isn't just what's going on in Ghana. I have never been to Ghana. This is the same here. 100% true, except for the electricity. Everything else is true. I'm pretty sure same in Tanzania. Guys, you got to really know what you're talking about. Do not sell all your stuff coming to Africa. You are going to be so mad. As beautiful as opportunities, I want to come out with some more information on how you can do things. You
Shout
can
out to
definitely
Grisby.
make it big here.
In the
But
Philippines.
you got to know what you're up against. The LAIB is strong. So check out the video for K&K Squad below. The name of the video is called Why You Should Not Move to Ghana, The Harsh Truth They Don't Tell You. It's an illusion. She's going viral right now for some of this content. Subscribe, hit the bell. We out.
Another travel no-no for my solo travelers who are embracing change and going on the solo trips maybe for the first, second, or third time, whatever, would be to, it's not really travel no-no, it's more like a warning. Guard your passport with your life. And I'm serious, especially if you are carrying one of the major countries in the world, the ones that let you enter multiple countries. Guard it with your life, especially when you travel and you're doing solo for the first time. Don't leave it willy-nilly. And if I were you, even when you go to the toilet on the plane, take it with you. Don't leave it at your seat. You never know who's next to you. Don't think, oh, this is all nice. Everyone's nice on this plane. Life is not nice and people aren't always nice. You don't know people's intentions. People are wicked and evil. Please do not be naive. This is something my mom taught me and I've taken her advice ever since. But the older I get, I'm just like, yeah, this document is important and it gets you the most access. And when you lose it, you'll feel the wrath. It's not like it can't be replaced. It's a hassle to get replaced, but it's just important. When you don't have your passport, you will be treated like an alien. I cannot lie. When you don't have the important documents, especially when you're going on a fun trip, it's not a good position to be if you lose it. So when I say travel no-no, maybe it should be travel, remember, guard your passport with your life. if you take anything from this video, if it's landed on your page, when you solo travel as a solo traveler, guard your passports with your life. And even when you're in your hotel room, make sure it's in a place that's secure, undetectable. Like, be creative and think of the ways you can hide it so no one can break in and take it. Trust me, people are watching. That's why I definitely advise staying at a hotel of good security. But even so, if you're staying in that hotel of good security, make sure you are good security in your room and you find a creative way to hide your passport, because you never know who's watching. And trust me, someone's after it. Trust me, they are.
She said they're going out to Africa and they are fronting the bill on everything. Y'all heard that? And this is not a man he's not just making this stuff up. He didn't just see some random article online. He's living in Africa. He does tours in multiple countries in Africa, is in relationship with people in Africa, lives there for a couple of months out of the year, from my understanding. So it's like, he would know.
Us women out earn the men. I hear that as well. Meanwhile, a lot of our sisters are going to the Caribbean, they're going to West Africa, and they are fronting the bill on everything.
They do that here in Colombia.
Not only are they fronting the bill for their man, they are fronting the bill and paying and also taking care of the family.
Y'all, fronting the bill and taking care of the family. Like, this is what I'm saying. It's like the hypocrisy right now is just like, is stellar.
Okay, so if you're new here, I was the girl that went viral for being denied at the airport because my passport was expiring in 5 months. And now I'm trying to get a passport in less than 24 hours without an appointment. I took the risk and headed to the New York passport.
Remember, guys, if your passport is about to expire in 6 months, most countries will not let you in. Most countries will not let you in if your passport is going to be expiring within a 6 months window. So do not wait to the last minute. That's just a given. So when these passport sisters who call themselves traveling, they should know this. This is the information that they should have been sharing among each other. Quite obvious it wasn't, because we know this, that if your passport is expiring in 6 months, you got to get it renewed, because most countries are like, nope, you won't get stranded in our country without a passport. He said, I got my passport last spring. Got 9 years on mine left. Yep. I think I've got 3 more years. Yeah, 3 more years. I got 3 more years left.
Passport agency to see if I could finesse my way in. Update. I was denied.
And
so I cried. In the middle of my
you got to make sure that in some countries, you got to make sure you have enough blank pages. So let's say your passport is not expiring any time too soon. You still, with some countries, have to make sure that you have enough blank pages. Not most countries, but just some countries.
My waterworks, my friend introduced me to someone who helps people get passport appointments in less than 24 hours. It sounded a little shady. But
Absolutely.
I decided to do my research and
Absolutely.
Guys, she got me an appointment for the next morning at 8 a.m. The only problem is the appointment is in Buffalo, which is approximately 8 hours away from New York City. I got home and looked up same-day flights to Buffalo to leave that evening.
Bada bing, bada
which
boom.
would give me just enough time to make the 8 a.m. appointment the next day. Well, I did it. I booked the flight. Tomorrow's rundown, you may ask? Number 1, wake up at 6 a.m. Get to the passport agency by 7:30 a.m. Get the new passport. Fly back to New York City. Get on another flight that same night and meet the rest of my family on vacation. Let's see if I can do this. Update. I did it. Everything ran smooth. Got my passport, got to the airport, boarded the flight back to NYC. So far, so good, right? Wrong. I had to check in my carry-on, and now they can't find it. My flight leaves in less than 2 hours. Flight attendant just told me I had to choose between boarding this flight or waiting for them to find my luggage. Let me know if you guys want a part 3 to see what happened next.
Why would you
Miss
check a
Universe
carry-on?
Africa and Oceania, Chidima Adechina's mother, has been arrested for entering South Africa illegally. Investigators from Home Affairs and SAPS detained Annabella Rungo in Cape Town this morning. But here's the shocking part. She wasn't alone. Chidima's young child was also found living with her. Chidima was spotted.
So this young lady who is the Miss whatever country, her mom came to see her with family members, and then come to find out that her mom and the family members were illegally Miss Passport girls illegally in this country to see her in her pageant.
in Cape Town a few days ago, and South Africans posted about it and went as far as calling for Home Affairs to investigate the issue.
We just watched this the other day. When this event was in South Africa. The mother came and the family members came and entered illegally into South Africa to see her win the Miss Nigeria, or go into that pageant, right? As Miss Nigeria into South Africa. One of the leaders a couple days ago in a video we watched said that one of the problems with South Africans, we will not turn in whites that come illegally into South Africa, but we will turn in one of our own that enters into South Africa. In this instance, this young lady's mom and the friends that came illegally into South Africa were turned in by Black folks in South Africa. Thank you very much, Slim. Appreciate that. We won't turn in white folks that come to South Africa illegally, but they will turn in Black folks. Everybody that is your kin folks, everybody that's your skin folk and your kin folk. Andrew says this. He said, "Wait, checking in a carry-on bag." He said, "Did I hear?" Yeah, she did. She checked in. I would have just carried it on. Why are you checking it up? I don't know. Yep, like you said, tribalistic racism. I just spoke about that.
And for the minister to be sacked for allowing her return. It seems authorities acted as news of Chidima's mom's arrest soon followed. I am a journalist from South Africa, currently living in South Korea, and I bring you news from South Africa and all over the world. Now let's rewind a little bit. Chidima's citizenship first came under scrutiny when she made the Miss South Africa Top 10. When it was questioned, she had initially said that her father is Nigerian and her mother is a South African with Mozambican roots. The Department of Home Affairs later revealed that her mother had been using fraudulent South African documents. These documents were revoked in
So mom lied,
and she was
because her daughter was in the
undesirable.
pageant, they found out.
The controversy forced Chidima to withdraw from the Miss South Africa competition, but she did compete in Miss Universe Nigeria and won. She then went on to be first runner-up in Miss Universe 2024 and was crowned Miss Universe Africa and Oceania. Now back to her mother. Instead of leaving South Africa for good after she was declared undesirable, she allegedly re-entered the country using a Mozambican passport. Investigators are investigating more possible fraud and identity theft. Meanwhile, the SAPS and Child Protection Services are working together to ensure the safety of Chidima's child. What do you think about all of this? What do you think will happen to Chidima, who's also said to be in the country? How do you think issues like this should be handled? And when parents commit identity theft or fraud, how do you think the children, like Chidima in this case, will be affected? Let me know your thoughts in the comment section.
Honestly, I don't think anger leads to anything other than possibility that you're going to go to jail if you go to the extreme. Now, this is about the woman who tore her husband's passport at the airport.
Woman tore up your, think about it. You got a woman and she tears up your passport while y'all at the airport.
He said they had a misunderstanding and she didn't want him to travel back. And everybody had an opinion towards that. Everybody said something about it. But nobody spoke about the penalty for damaging a passport, a Nigerian passport. Now, if the immigration really wants to take action, this woman should either be in jail or paying fine. Now, let me read out to you the penalty for damaging your international passport. Now, the penalty for damaging your Nigerian passport includes a fine of up to $200,000, or approximately $500 or more, depending on the court's discretion. Now, 2, imprisonment for a term of up to 5 years or more, depending on the severity of the offense. This time around, she intentionally tore her husband's passport.
Right, Grisby.
Because she was angry.
Because she was
3,
angry, because she was
a
nuts.
ban from obtaining a new Nigerian passport or travel document for a period of up to 5 years. Now, there are more listed here. Now, there are up to 6 here, I just read out the 3 major ones, and I'm going to leave the rest at the caption. If she was creating content, like people have alleged, and because of that, she decided to damage her husband's passport just so that she can go viral, well, that content is about to land her in jail or about to force her into paying a huge amount of fine in order to clear herself if the immigration really wants to go after her for the offense she has committed. Because now it is not by mistake, because the other options are based on mistakes. Now, this time around, she intentionally tore the passport. She did not come out to say it was a mistake or something. And peradventure, it wasn't staged. She was angry. Well, that anger of hers is also about to land her very big consequences with the Nigerian government, because the passport is yours, but it's the property of the federal government.
Yes, I'm paying for people to get their passports, and yes, I'm paying only for Black people. It is quite interesting to me that the narrative around my folks is that we are lazy, that somehow we don't support each other, that our dollars circulate outside of our community, that we need to pull ourselves up by our bootstrap, when many of my folks don't even have a boot nor a strap. So I am helping them to stand.
Okay. What this sister is saying sounds commendable, doesn't it? She's paying for Black people to get passports. She's coming out of her pocket and paying for people to get their passports. I put in her comment section, if Pookie and Keisha can afford a $185 passport, what makes you think that Pookie and Keisha can afford to take a trip with that passport? It sounds commendable, doesn't it? But the truth of the matter is, Pookie and Keisha don't get passports. I'm gonna say something. Some of you guys don't know the stats on passports. You guys that are passport holders, statistically, the average passport holder, at least in the Black community, earns at least over $45,000, $50,000, $60,000 a year. The average passport holder has some type of trade certification or 4-year degree in the Black community. The average passport holder in the United States in the Black community are middle class, upper middle class mindset. It's a reason why you guys have your passports and other Black people in our community don't. Because you guys fit the narrative. Yes, we do have a few Pookies and Ray Ray mixed in, but for the most part, it's not a coincidence that you guys have so much in common as passport holders in the Black community. And others who have certain characteristics don't. So while she's trying to help Keisha and LaWanda and Ray Ray and Man get a passport, they ain't gonna use them. They ain't gonna even know what to do with them. Only those of us who are getting passports know what to do with our passports for the most part. We're thinking beyond just one country. We're usually thinking several countries. Those of you who have been to Colombia, you're thinking about Panama. Those of you who've been to Panama, you're thinking about Mexico. Those of you who have been to Mexico, you're thinking about parts of Africa or Europe or Asia. We're always thinking about the next country. Man and them ain't thinking like that. So once again, it sounds commendable that she's doing that, but she's doing that for people who can't even afford to take the trips and don't have the mindset of when they take those trips. That's why when you see Pookie and Keisha and them do have a passport, they come to Colombia and they ghetto as can be. You notice that? They're ghetto as they want to be in Brazil. They're ghetto as they want to be when they're in Thailand. That's why a majority of them don't have their passports. This sister is not helping out the community. If people want to help themselves out with a passport, she wants to do something, she should be able to show those people how to get passports, but not sit back and babysit them. I'll give you a perfect example before we continue on with our video. I remember we were just doing consultations. They were $50, right? You know who, and I mentioned this before, you knew who fussed at me about doing $50 consultations? You guys. When me and Andrea start doing consultation, they were only $50 for an hour to 2 hours. It was you guys who are professional, good men, no matter what race. You guys were saying no more. You're giving too much. You're sharing too much information. You're helping too much. You're doing too much liaison work for $50. You guys said raise your prices. Not just because of all what we were doing, because you guys didn't want Pookie and Ray Ray to get all this information that they were going to just run amok with. So it was you guys that said the upstanding professional men that are in a position to afford the consultation will be the type of guys that will get the consultation. But stop doing consultations for Pookie and them for $50, Andre and Andrea. And we stopped. So just in case you guys wondering why our prices went up, it was not us. It was you guys that literally told us no more. Because all you'll be doing is open up the door for these broke dudes to come through, these broke sisters to come through and messing everything up for the rest of us. And you guys were right. The Pookies and the Ray Rays that reach out to us, they complain all day long. But you dudes, y'all ain't never complained one day. Y'all be like, okay, Andre, I'm sending money through Cash App, blah, 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 blah. And because of that, we deal with a higher level of clientele when we do the consultations. You guys did. She's trying to help out Pookie and Ray Ray and them that can't afford to travel themselves. So she thinks she's doing something for the community, and I commend her for it. My brother says, he said FBA, Foundational Black Americans, men want to protect our global image. So we must increase our barriers to entry to protect ourselves abroad. Absolutely correct. That's a great point. And let me see what Zay said. Zay said, my mom actually name was Lawanda. He said, never held a passport and been outside of the country. He said, that's hilarious. Yeah. Yeah, she wants to help people out, but you only want to pass people that, let's put it like this, and I'm gonna shut up on this one. People that want to get a passport will get a passport. It's not expensive. They can get into a club and party all month, and they'll spend $200-300 every time they go to the club. That's $800 a month if you go out every weekend. These people can't afford $185. Yes, they can afford it. But to buy them passports, sister, I'm telling you, you wasted your money. You're wasting your money. You might as well create a scholarship fund for some kids to go to school over just getting passports for people that ain't gonna use it. My man Tori says this. He said, cuz we know that it's money well spent and no brainier. Yeah, absolutely. I kid you not. You guys, I've had guys actually ready to cuss me out. One brother was ready to cuss me out. I think I told y'all guys this. He said, because he came back a couple years later for a second consultation. He said, boy, I was ready to cuss you out, Dre. I said, what happened? He said, if you still had them prices like you did when you first started doing them 2 years ago, I was so ready to cuss you out. He said, because there is a caliber of men, no matter what race, you should be communicating with, and not the other caliber of men that's going to take for granted all the information. That same brother came down here, took his time on his first couple trips, wasn't thirsty for true story, wasn't thirsty for the females, met his special lady to be. He's the brother that I've been bragging about. I talk to all the time. He still lives here in Colombia. He is a cloud engineer, already making 6 figures before he even came down here. He is enjoying his life with his girl. They have a brand new baby. Well, the baby's like 1.5 now. His mom and dad have flown down. Now there's 2 black families, the Afro-Colombian family and the African-American family that are one. All that from a consultation. So he was one of the ones that was like, Dre, that $50, don't be doing that. Don't be doing that. You be letting, that's like Mercedes-Benz lowering their prices so every Pookie and Ray Ray can buy a Benz. No, don't do that. And I was like, oh okay. I didn't think about it like that. But now as the years have progressed, he said, plug those books, Dre. He said, maybe even a shot of the video for it to run during the broadcast. I've been thinking about that too. I'm glad that you said. I was thinking about that last week. He said, I'm getting mine next month and start looking for real estate in Cali. And there's a lot of good real estate, a lot of buildings going up in Cali, bro. Yes, sir. Yes, I'm gonna do some advertising toward the books. I got some things coming down the turnpike with Instagram, YouTube, and TikTok. That's what I'm gonna be working on, and Facebook ads. That's what I'm gonna be working on. Let's get back to the video, but I will do a plug in a second. Shout out to all 81 in here. Make sure you guys click the like button. We like you. We really do. Make sure you like us too.
And I do not care who has a problem with that.
I'm getting my Pakistani passport and Pakistani ID. I'm getting it. Do y'all agree? Mind your business. What? Talk.
Okay, so let me clarify that other video.
And she was imitating that passport sis that got arrested in Pakistan a couple of months ago.
Black women with white men tend to be the best combination.
You can always tell when a black woman loves white guys by how untamed her hair is. Okay, that comment is giving accurate.
The divorce rate drops when black women, marry non-black men because they treat black women better. We're happy. I don't give a damn. He's mad because the truth of the matter is, black men, a lot of y'all, and I ain't saying all of you, but most of you treat black women worse than non-black men do. Like, that's just true.
I don't know why black women think that black men get upset about that. Any of you black dudes that still get upset about black women being white men, first of all, less than 1% of white men even date black women in the States. And that 1%, ain't nobody missing y'all. Please. Hey, white dudes, I'm gonna tell y'all this now. Black men be laughing. We see y'all with the sisters. Ain't nobody sitting up there looking like, oh man, you with the white man. If you doing that, them hood dudes do that. Black men, we already know that you in the world of headache and blink twice if you want some help. We already know, bruh. Hey, white boy, blink twice if you need some help, bruh. We already know the white boy ain't used to seeing bonnets all over the place and hair wraps and weave glue. We already know what the white boy in for. White boy sitting back trying to act like, I got a queen. Sure you do. Sure you do. Like back in the 80s and 90s and 2000s when everybody was like pro-black, black love. We used to look kind of funny at the sister with the white dude. Now, them headaches, white boy, you can have them. Latin brothers, take them. Hey, Asian dudes, you want one? You want one? You want one of these? Take 4. Just take 4 of them off our hand. Ain't no brother sitting around. Any brother that's only Pookie, Ray Ray, and dudes in the hood still look at sisters when they build a white dude like, oh, you a sellout. Not me. I be looking at the white boy like, you just want one? You just want one? Dude, we got a couple more million that you can get. We got dog. We got plenty of Keishas and Lawandas that you can get. You ain't got to just get one. You can get. You sure? You can have thank you, the fire sale for real. For real. Everything must go. Liquidation. We having a black woman liquidation sale for real. Get one, get 3 free. What you talking about, man? Everybody sitting up there jealous. Hey, that's all. Y'all mad because I'm mad because he only got one. He need to go ahead and take about 4 or 5 of these off our hand. We having a fire sale, like my brother said. Yeah, Brad gives Keisha the same black man gets eventually. For real, the same attitude, that same fire. He look all good on Instagram, but we all know what goes on behind scenes when they're in pajamas and bonnets. Yep, divorce stats are fake. That's a good point. Shout out to Kofa. He said bathroom looks like hellish barbershop everywhere. That's for real. And David says this. He said, honestly, who cares who sisters date? And they stay making statements as if it's just hurting our little man. We got passports, man. We don't give a damn who you dating. We don't even be around to even see it. Okay. I got my white man. I got my zaddy. Cortez says this. He said Drake came up with these fake stats. They came up with the fake stats decades ago because they saw black men and non-black women with long-lasting marriages. That's true. He say, hence, all the successful Miss people have black dads. That's a good point. Shout out to Latina being in the building. Shout out to Latina being here. Appreciate you. She says, no, he said, I think, is it he? Latina's the shit. That's he. Latina's the shit in the building. He said, true that. True that. Shout out to you, brother. Welcome to the family. He said, going out of business for real. We're gonna be boarding up. We liquidating. We boarding up the building. You can have them. That's the only thing that you'll see at me looking at a white boy. I'm like, dude, you just got one? Dude, don't you want one of these sisters for a side chick? You can have one as your wife, your baby mama, and a side chick. Dude, you can take all this headache off our hands. We ain't tripping. Every brother ain't Umar. Every brother ain't sitting around like Umar talk about some black love, black togetherness, black man, please. Shout out to my man in Indiana, Gary. He said, enjoying the show as always. Shout out to Gary. Shout out to Gary. Him and his wife have been together forever. Gary met his wife in 81 in Colombia, 1981. He was down here teaching. And they've been together. She's a sweetheart. He's a cool dude. And he showed me a picture of her in his cell phone back in the day when they met. I was like, I see what you're working with, Gary. I see what you're working with. Shout out to my man Max, man. My man Gary, straight out of the Boilermaker state of Indiana. He says they exactly 2 bras deleted by black women in 1 week. Wow. Aiken says this. He said in 2014, OkCupid study confirmed that the least desirable group were American black women and Asian men on their app. If women only, if sisters only knew, if it wasn't for that mouth and that attitude, they would have been number 1. We're the least desirable. Why? Why? You rarely hear them say why they're the least desirable. Because y'all, when they do, they say, because black men are intimidated. Sister, stop. Y'all mad because we got degrees, we making our own money, we are independent, we can make our own choices. We are not like our mothers and grandmothers that they depended on y'all. Girl, your mama and grandmama was on Section 8 in the 60s. What are you talking about? Your mama and grandmama kicked granddaddy out the house in 1950 something. What you talking about? Because the government said you have a choice. You can have an unemployed black man who loves his kids, or you could take government assistance in the 1950s and 60s. You took the government assistance because they pushed black men, for the most part, out of the workforce. What are you talking about? Do your homework. I don't want to be like my mama and them struggling with my stepdaddy. He was cheating. Nobody ever wants to talk about how. Why is it that black women never want to talk about how grandmama had a kid outside of wedlock that she never told? Nobody wants to tell grandmama had her mama raising her son as if that son was your grandmama brother. Your grandmama was 80-something years old when she finally confessed that the person that you was calling uncle was really her son. There were so many black, come on guys, in the 60s and 70s, and there was so many black women having kids. Would sit up there, tell a barefaced lie. You'll be like, that's my sister's child. And then you find out when she's 50, that ain't her sister's child. That child was hers. Nobody want to talk about how grandmama sat up there for years and lied about who child that was. They come to find out it was the sister's. It wasn't a sister's child. That's grandmama child. Y'all don't want to talk about that because grandmama's supposed to be milking cookies. He said, Andre, where your glasses? Aki. Oh, yeah, I see you. You see me squinting, huh? You see me squinting. I might as well put my glasses on, I guess. Hey, I can see the letters. I was reading hieroglyphics. He said, I say black women should date out. Good luck. Have fun with that one. Yes, sir. He said Andrew Tate is an example. Absolutely correct. Preach, brothers. Preach. Shout out to Chad being in the building. Chad Tyrone. I ain't seen you in a while, Chad. Glad to see you here. He said, but wait, there's more. For real, like the Wayne brothers. Slim said this. He said now that HUD, preach. Now that HUD and student loans are being attacked, white knights and simps are about to clean up. For real, these women are in need now. They're in need. HUD want that money. Pell Grants need to be paid back. Well, Pell Grants don't have to be paid back, but the student loans have to be paid back. They got to be paid back. Mouth, attitude, and weight. That's the trio. Mouth, attitude, and weight. He said, don't mean to get biblical, but we do that on this channel. He said, but black women were the same in ancient Egypt, mouthy with attitudes. Seems like they will never. That's a good point. If it's all in the Bible about women being mouthy, that's a good point. There are several stories in the Bible where a woman, many of them women of color, not all women, but many of them women of color, tore a man's life up. Whether it was Delilah, whether it was King Solomon talking about the wives that he had that was putting him through hell with their mouth and attitude. Whether it was Job. What did Job's wife say when the kids died? They lost all the land. The house burned down. Job is sick. He's trying to get himself back on track. He thought he did everything right with the Lord. What is his wife saying in the second chapter of Job? She told Job, the wife, why don't you just curse your God, not our God? Why don't you just curse your God and die? This is supposed to be the woman that's supposed to be on your side through thick and thin, in and out, ups and downs. But soon as the money ain't right and something happened to the kids, she ain't riding with you through the pain of the loss of your kids. Your cattle has been stolen. Your land, your house and land have been burned down. You already feeling bad enough as a man, as a provider. They said an earthquake happened and the kids were having a party and the roof just collapsed on the kids. All their kids pass on. I'm already in enough stress. My body is going through boils and all type of pain. And what do you tell me as a wife, my sister? Why don't you curse your God and die? Shout out to my man D-Man in the building with the $2 love. He said you only just want one. Come on. You can get a couple of these off our hands. You can get a couple of these sisters off our hands. Yes, sir. He said all your grandmothers belong to your granddaddy. For real. He said Tyler Perry made a movie about that. I didn't know that. He said now was that secret child. Yeah, the secret child. Yeah, dude. A lot of dudes a lot of families had that secret child that was in the family. I give you another perfect example. Our brother Dennis Sperling. Dennis talked about this for he just found out last year or the year before, they had lied all those years and told him his father was his father. Come to find out his father was a successful Jamaican dude. So he had to go introduce himself to a whole different family because they had told Dennis Sperling one thing and come to find out it was completely different. He thinking his dad is a successful person in LA and come to find out that wasn't his biological dad, but his biological dad was successful, but he's Jamaican. Ain't nobody want to talk about them lies. Every time you turn around, you watch a court show, the woman is trying to put a child on a man that ain't the father. And how old are those? When you watch those court shows, how old are those kids? 21, 17, 25, 31. And them kids been thinking that they were the parent the whole time. I mean, that man was the father the whole time. And then what happens in court? Mr. Robinson, in the case of Mr. Robinson versus Keisha Robinson, the court has determined that 99.9% you are not Keisha's father. The husband, the dude break down in tears because he think that was his daughter. He put all that money and love into that daughter. The daughter break down in tears because she thought that was her daddy and she 32 years old. And the mama all of a sudden, and then the judge will always say on the court show, Mrs. Robinson, did you know who the father might be? What do they always say? Do they say, no, I thought he was the father? No. They always say, well, it was this other guy. Wait a minute. This child 32 years old. This man has been raising this child for 32 years. Now you want to stand in front of a court judge and say, well, it was this other guy that ain't nobody ever heard of. These women don't never want to admit that. Never. Dude been paying child support, college bills, everything else. He think he a grandfather of a 4-year-old. That 32-year-old got a 4-year-old. He think he a granddad. Come to find out that ain't even his child. So when they come after men, I'd be like, yep, 23andMe blew the lid off a lot of secrets. Just science has. Like when dudes want to get a liver transplant plant from a family member, And then they'll check out the blood type and come to find out that blood type don't even match. This dude think he get a liver transplant from his son, and the son think I can give a liver to my dad, and come to find out when they do the blood test, they ain't even kinfolk. Science has revealed a lot that women can't hide behind anymore. And they will not take accountability for it. They will even blame the biological dad. Well, your biological dad was a weed head and he was on marijuana and he used to beat me. That's why I didn't tell you, because this man right here was simple enough to take care of you. And so if he was going to take care of you for 32 years, I didn't have to worry about you being raised by a man that used to beat me. They never take accountability. They blame the man that they lied to and the man who really got the pookie, who got them pregnant 32 years ago, but they never take accountability. Never. Like Jay's potato chip. You say, buy them all. Yeah, take them all. Take them all. I ain't mad. Listen, my white brothers, y'all can have that headache. That's a headache you can have. You will never see me jealous of it. You'll never. I'd be dapping up white boys. White boy, you sure you don't want another one? Come on, white brothers. I know. Come on, man. Why you want to be with one black woman when you could be with 4 or 5? Come take 4 or 5 of them off our hands. Seriously. Jack Nicholson had a story like that, raised by his grandparents or his grandmother, and lied to that his actual mother was his sister. I've heard that one a few times in the black community. They will say that the youngest son is the brother, and come to find out the youngest son is actually the son of one of the ladies he thought was his sister, was actually his mama. I've heard that one a lot, and black people will argue that one down. Like, why you tell? Why? That's the crazy part about it, about black community. Y'all will actually be mad at the person that told. Y'all would rather lie to that person about their lineage and let them think to the day that they die that person was their mother. We have no problem with. That's the craziest thing about us, man. We will keep a lie alive. I know white folks do it in certain areas too, but we're talking about us for right now. See, I know how to take accountability without deflecting. We will get mad at the person that told and ostracize the person that told from the family for telling the truth about the family to the family. They didn't tell it outside the family. They tell the truth in the family. And for telling the truth in the family to the family, you get ostracized in the black family. How crazy is that? Bruh. That is crazy. Let me hit these super chats, and then we'll get back to the video. Shout out to all you guys. And my man Growth Kofa says this. He says, it happened to a white chick in my college biology class. We studied what blood types make what blood types, and she figured that her dad wasn't hers. And this was in the middle class. That's wow, man. Shout out to Theo, man. He said 23andMe showed that my mother lied to me and her parents lied to her. I was able to find my black father, and he had been looking for me for 4. Damn, Theo. Bruh. Man, I ain't got nothing but love for you, Theo, man. Because I'm going to tell you something. As I get to know you more and more and go down the rabbit hole of your life, bruh, you are a super motherfucking hero. And I mean that from the bottom of my heart. You are, dude, some of y'all would have just one thing that happened to Theo would have broke the average man into alcoholism, drug abuse, domestic violence, self-deletion. This dude's story, I kid you not. A lot of y'all look at Theo and y'all be like, well, God blessed him financially and da-da-da-da. But when you listen to his story, a lot of stuff that Theo been through, man, most of us would not survive that stuff without substances. The Lord is on your side, bro. And I mean that from the bottom. Dudes say that to me when they hear my stories. Theo is the perfect example. A man complained about having no shoes until he met a man that had no feet. That's one of my favorite quotes that keep me going in life. A man complained about having no shoes, about his own hard times, about his own upbringing was a challenge. Until he met a man like Theo, who created a great life with no feet. The more I listen to Theo's story, the more I shut the fuck up about my life. I swear, I ain't got no complaints. None, bruh. None. My little 10 years in the feds, child's play than what this man been through and what he's been able to accomplish in spite of. Most of us will, if it was most of us, man, we'd still be in the hood, broke, smoking black and milds, lost. I'm giving you your flowers right now, Theo. I mean that from the bottom of my heart, bro. And I mean that one. Theo does so much behind the scenes for so many people. Despite the shit that he done been through, God still blesses him. And the dogs. Shout out to Chewy. And the dogs. Most of us would have been fucking broken, dog. Some of us wouldn't be able to do what he did, man. It's those who don't know Theo's story all the way through. Y'all just don't know. Y'all just don't know. Theo one of them dudes that you need to hang around because God blesses dudes like that. You're like, shit, I'm just want some of them blessings. I'm just be around Theo. So at least some of the gleam of his blessings will come my way. That dude done been through hell, and when grandmothers used to say hell and high water, that brother done been through hell and high water and has accomplished more than most black men in the United States. He's among the rare of the rare. And that's why I'm giving you your flowers, brother. And I mean that from the bottom of my heart. Fuck YouTube and all this. For this moment in time, I'm giving you your flowers. If ain't nobody else showing you no love, and don't nobody else appreciate you as a man showing other men that no matter what happened in your life, whether it is you lose your wife and child and your child in childbirth, whether you find yourself in Japan sleeping in parks, if you find yourself in an industry where you're the only black man and ain't no other black men around, if you find yourself in your industry and it's going down and a lot of people are quitting, but you don't give up, and all of a sudden now you still succeed in that industry where other people a while back gave up when it was going down and you didn't. Whether it was finding out about your parents, whether it was some of the issues that you went through with your mom and dad, man, you done rolled through some motherfucking storms, bruh. And I'm here to give you your flowers. And I mean that from the bottom of my heart. I know when to brag on another black man. And I'm not talking about some black man is playing a sport. Sometimes we can brag on our brothers and they ain't got to be playing no damn sport, or they ain't got to be no singer, and they ain't got to be world famous. Some brothers just overcame some shit that would have broke a lot of us. Man, most dudes would have been fucking junkies in prison if they went through what this dude went through, bruh. They probably would have been alive because they would have given up on themselves. Shout motherfucking out to Theo Wolf, and I mean that from the bottom of my heart, bruh. And I mean that shit. If we never speak again, you got your flowers from me. If anybody else hate on you, fuck them. But as for Andre Spence, man, dude, I ain't got me. I ain't got no excuse but to keep on writing books. I ain't been through none of the shit that you done been through, and I done been through a lot. A lot, and I mean that. I'm not just bragging or just talking. Fuck that. This brother has made it through some storms, and God has blessed him in a major way. And he blesses other dudes in a major way. Man, shit. I know I recognize a hero when I see one. That I do. I do acknowledge. I recognize when God is using somebody to be the hero with their story and the hero in other men's lives. So when you think you're going through some shit, you ain't going through shit. You're going through lessons. I'm gonna say that again. I'm gonna say this to all of us black men and even us white brothers, just men in general. Anytime you think you're going through some shit, you're going through a lesson. Because this dude's like Theo that has been through some shit. You thought you had some shit. You ain't had shit. You had lessons. There's a lot of us brothers that had lessons. I've been through lessons. I ain't been through no shit like that. And all the other stuff that Theo's gone through. 10 years in prison taught me lessons. I ain't go through no shit. I ain't lose a limb. I didn't get diagnosed with. I didn't walk out of prison 20 million in debt, none of that. I was learning lessons for that 10-year window. Some of y'all been in bad relationships that let y'all down. That's a lesson. You ain't been through no shit. Well, Andre, she used to do this and do that. That's a lesson. You ain't been through no shit. Let your woman die and your child pass on in childbirth. That's some shit. That ain't no lesson. That you going through that's some life changing. You will never be the same again in life. You need to just take it one moment, 1 second, 1 hour at a time in life type stuff. That's why I respect Theo. Because I know this man have been through some. He tells his story. Hey, listen, I've been sleeping in the goddamn park in Japan and for job interviews, I had to do this and do that. Y'all sat back and watched Will Smith in that damn movie, Pursuit of Happiness. That ain't shit compared to what I went through. Man, listen. Shout out to you, brother, man. I love you, man. I mean that from the bottom of my heart. I love me some Theo. For real, for real. He said, Andre, Tupac, my mom did that to him saying, Tupac's mom did that to him, saying his father passed away when that man was alive. I did not know that. I know that, Dave. I did not know that, man. Let's get back to the video. But like I said, I want to give my boys some love, man. Fuck that, man. Like these live streams and these videos are cool, and this is all nice and dandy. But when you got a brother that you know that God has his hand on him, and no matter what happens, that brother is being protected and he's still being blessed. Shit. You say, man, life is made for TV and written all over. Man, facts. As soon as Theo come out with the memoirs, man, listen. If you think I ain't buying, shit. What Theo has done and what he is doing is without a doubt God love, God, facts. God's love manifested. That is so true. You say Theo's story sounds similar to Job in the Bible. How deep the layers go. Absolutely correct. Absolutely correct, man. Not saying that his whole life was tempestuous, because Theo tells some good stories too. But yeah. Shout out to all you guys with the in the comments too. I ain't got nothing but love for Theo, for real, bro. And I mean that from the bottom of my heart. And I'm not talking live stream. Like I said, I'm not talking live stream talk. Fuck the live stream. Fuck the YouTube and all that. I'm talking real man. Thank you for being an example to us brothers, man, who might be going through a tempestuous time. But we realize, yeah, it might feel tempestuous. Your ass going through a lesson. But the dudes like Theo, they've been through some shit. All you ex-military dudes, some guys were actually in the military. Some guys didn't get a chance to go to, hand-to-hand combat and go into, into the into the war part of the military, into combat. There's a difference. We appreciate all forms of the military, but we realize that there's some dudes that was in Vietnam and in Gulf War, in the Afghan War, in the war in Iraq, they ain't come back the same. We know that them dudes, they went through some shit. We know that. So showing some love, yeah. Oh yeah. Shout out to McBoo being in the building. Much love to our brother Theo. Yeah, I mean that, man. I'm not saying that flippantly, bro. I'm not saying that flippantly, man. You just don't know, man. You are an example to a lot of us brothers, man. And I'm 57, and I still sit back and I'm like, and Theo make my 57 feel like, and your point is. So are you going to continue to grind, or are you going to talk about, well, I'm 57, so life is over? Shit, Theo made me feel, and we had issues with the YouTube channels, and we had to revamp on this, and well, I had to start taking high blood pressure, and Theo make you feel like at the end of every fucking thing that you ever been through. And so you a man. You gonna make it. Shed your tears. Be sad. You're still alive. You still got a chance. You can do it while you're crying. Everything in life is not gonna happen with lemonade. Sometimes you're gonna do some shit in the middle of some tears. Sometimes you're gonna do your homework when you're on your saddest day with somebody that made you mad and hurt your feelings. Sometimes you're just gonna be disappointed and upset, and you still got to get your ass in that car and drive to work and put a smile on your face. Not all the time, but sometimes. Sometimes you got a loss of a loved one, or you was, with a baby mama and she took your child away and you ain't seen your child in 10 years, 15 years. And you still thinking about, well, my child will be, she'll be 29 now, or she'll be 17 now. And you still got to get your ass up in the morning and go to work. If dudes like Theo that have been through the shit that they done been through, man, shit, better put that goddamn car and drive and get to work. Because if these dudes can still do it and shed their tears of life and still deal with the ups and downs and pains of loss and confusion, who am I as Andre to complain about life when I ain't been through no shit? I only been through lessons. I look back over my life, I ain't been through no shit. My mom going through domestic violence and alcoholism, I ain't been through no shit. I've been through lessons. My dad got killed at 1 by his mistress with a butcher knife to his temple. I ain't been through no shit. I've been through lessons. Homelessness as a teenager, living in abandoned buildings. I ain't been through no shit. I've been through lessons. Getting to selling drugs, state to state, money galore now. Feds kick you in the door. I'm looking at 165 years. I end up getting 15, but 5 was the state of Ohio. 10 was the feds, but I contacted the state and they decided to put the 5 years with the 10 years with the feds. Came out to 5 years probation. But I was such a cool dude. They let me off in 2 years. Actually, a year and a half. Went through a marriage and a divorce. Got a passport. Revamped my life. Life with the Lord and life with life. I ain't been through no shit. My shit was lessons. Some of y'all, when you look back over your life, all the stuff that you complain and you whine about, you ain't been through no. You've been through lessons like me. I've been through lessons. Dudes that's overcoming alcoholism, they've been through some shit. Dudes that's coming over drug addiction, they done been through some shit. Dudes that had loss of children, they done been through some shit. Loss of wives and husbands, they done been through some shit. Loss of all your property, your shit just burned. They done been through some shit. Me, lessons. Lessons. My life has been one big lesson after lesson after lesson after lesson. Lesson on how I did this right. Lesson on how I did this wrong. Most of us go through lessons. Most of us ain't been through no shit. Man, you can't tell me I've been through no. It felt like you was going through some shit when you was going through it. But now you look back over your life and you analyze it, especially compared to a dude that had been through some shit, you can acknowledge, yeah, you're right. I've been through quite a few lessons. Some of them I learned, some of them I didn't learn. That's my life. I ain't been through no shit. My mom passed. She was an older lady. She was older. She passed as an older lady, just like all older ladies pass. Some of y'all lost y'all mind when y'all was 13. That's going through some shit. I got a friend of mine lost his mom when he was 13. When she was 13. When he was 13. True story. One of my closest friends in childhood. He tried to delete himself 5 times. He started a business in Detroit. Very successful mechanic. Had like 2-3 garages. Married. Children. Everything. On the 6th attempt, he deleted himself. The other times, they always found him just in the nick of time. That's how much he missed his mom. He had been trying to delete himself to get back to his mom since he was 13. He was 39 when he deleted himself. It was 3 of us that were best friends. And he was the one that deleted himself. After all his successes. So when I say some of us have gone through lessons, and some of us have gone and are going through some shit, let's not act like our lessons are compatible to what some of these dudes go through that's going through some shit. I was looking at the, and I know I'm kind of like beating a dead horse with this one, and I'm going to go to the super chats in a second, gentlemen. I was just watching the brother that's been going viral over YouTube, the brother with the dreads. He was a U.S. sniper. And he was telling, had you ever deleted a woman? And he said, I never had. He said, I almost did. He said, I got one friend. His mind is messed up right now. He said, it was a little boy with an AK. Far away, right? We got him at our scope. He said, and the little boy had an AK. He said, and he gave it to his mother, an older lady. She got ready to run up the stairs. Bow. He said, my boy got her. Bow. He said, but because something like her dress or jacket got caught, she didn't flop. So it looked like she was still standing there. He said, so he did a starfish on her. Starfish, some of you guys that know sniping is bam, 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 bam. So he hit her with 5 more rounds. Come to find out when they went down there to check it out, the little boy had found the AK. It was giving it to his mom to keep his family out of trouble. The mom was running upstairs to just hide it so no one could get a hold of it. That sniper came back to the States and he going through some shit. What I've been through ain't nothing but some lessons. Hard lessons, challenging lessons, but lessons. I've been blessed that even when I got hit by a car in Detroit on Van Dyke at 7 years old and stayed in Children's Hospital till I was 11 years old and had to learn to walk. And I still got 3rd-degree burn mark on my back. And you guys still see me with, I got metal titanium knee. And some of you guys can see the mark on the side of my head when the car sucked me up under and drug me down the street from one corner of Van Dyke, and they had to stop me in front of Aretha Franklin's dad's church on Van Dyke and Mack. That's probably the only time I can say I done been through some shit. But when I almost drowned at 12, maybe I could say I done been through some shit. But the rest of it, lessons. 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 A lot of us, we look back over our life. You say, were you at Children's Hospital in Cincinnati? No, in Detroit. Detroit has a Children's Hospital. He said, I worked there for 7 years. Mine was in the 70s too. I was homeschooled before there was homeschooling. I was all on the news and people donating food to my mom and my brother and sister back home and all these toys for Christmas. And I mean, it was mayhem being a kid. It was so painful, dude. I remember them with the 3rd-degree burns in my back, man. They would have to like peel every day. They would put down this lather on my back. And then they would put like a, you know how you have a Band-Aid, but this was like a gigantic Band-Aid. But they would have to change it every day. And I would be screaming as a kid and they would peel it off. And I remember the day I died on the table. I never told you guys this. I died on the table. And I forget how long I was gone. And I kid you not, I was looking down at the whole surgery taking place. I was gone. I'm out of here. I'm literally looking at everything. I can tell you what the doctors were doing to this day. I can tell you what the nurses were doing. I can tell you how I was positioned, how I was laying, the whole thing. I'm out. This is when I was like, it was probably right around, and that's when they were doing the knee surgery. Probably right around 7.5, 8 years old. I was in the hospital so long. Some of you guys don't even remember when wheelchairs used to be long in the front. See, we so used to wheelchairs just kind of like being right here. But there used to be wheelchairs where your legs sat straight out. I used to be in one of those wheelchairs. So it's rare that you see those now. But there used to be wheelchairs where your legs would be straight out and then you could just roll. So you could, there were the ones that we used to where you fold your legs, but there used to be wheelchairs where your legs would be straight out too. That's what I used to be in for the most part once I was able to walk again. So I literally, like the $6 Million Man, I had to literally learn how to walk again. So it took me 2 or 3 years just to learn how to walk. And I mean, like everybody else just walk. And I never forget this. When I finally ran, I was always on crutches even when I got home. I always had like a slight major limp even when I got home. And so I was always on crutches. Like for the first 3-4 months, I was always hanging out. And I never forget me, Candy, Rob, Jeffrey, my Uncle Jeffrey, me, Candy, Rob, Jeffrey. We're running from one side of the apartment. My mom is at work. We were running from one side of the apartment like kids to the other side of the apartment, just running back and forth. But I'm on crutches, right? And I never forget, Candy said, my sister, Andre, where are your crutches? That was the first time as a kid since I was 7 years old, and I was 11 at this time. The first time I had ran or walked without crutches or wheelchair. After I got out the hospital and got back home, because I was almost imprisoned mentally by only being in a hospital bed or in therapy for 3 years straight, when I got out, I had to go see a child psychiatrist because I had to mentally adapt to the world. Think about it. You're only in a bed. You only roam in the halls of a hospital. But you're 3 years, you're never outside. You're never outside. So when I did get out, right around starting like 11 and a half, 12 years old, for my first 6 months out of the hospital, I also had to go through psychiatric treatment to adapt. I didn't know about this, to adapt to being back out in the world. And I remember my psychiatrist was like a white dude with a beard. He's kind of like a hippie type of look. And so for the first 6 months, that's probably the worst that's happened, right? And the almost drowning at 12, right? But most of my life has just been lessons, man. I have no complaints. I have no complaints about life. Y'all ain't gonna sit up here and get me to act like I ain't enjoying my 57 years. I'm like Kanye. I wasn't supposed to make it past 25. Joke's on you. I'm still alive. I'm like Kanye, man. I wasn't supposed to even make it past 25. Shout out to my man Jaquez in the building. He said, Theo and Andre, he said, thanks for sharing your life stories with us. You are both great inspirations to so many of us. Thank you for all that you do and respect. Thank you, gentlemen. Hey, you guys are inspiring to us too. Don't think that this thing is one-sided. Man, you guys are inspiring, encouraging, man. Kid you not, man. Theo and I get a chance to gleam off of some of you guys that are just starting your travel journey. Like Theo gets to gleam off of us that are just coming into the IT/cloud engineering industry or careers. He gets the chance to see, I used to feel like that, or I went through that, and I remember what the first interviews were like. Oh, I know what it's like to try to put together a resume and you think you got something and you don't. So Theo gets to gleam off of our excitements because he's already been through that. So now he gets a chance to gleam off of that. Just like when you guys come get off the plane and I'm at the airport. I love the fact that's why I'd be like, welcome to Cali, dog, your first. Now, what's my first question? Have you ever been to Colombia? What? Welcome home, brother. I say that to y'all as if y'all coming to Africa. As if y'all just landed. Welcome home, brethren. Because I know it's a 20-minute drive back to the inner city of Cali. So I talk to y'all, I chop it up. Cause I'll be excited for you dudes, man. I don't just be like, hey, what's up, brother? Welcome to Cali, dog. Yeah, man. Yeah. No, I'll be excited for y'all, man. This life is a great thing. I'm riding the wheels off this month. Dude, I am riding the wheels off of life. That's why you ever notice one thing? Andre don't complain much. Andre, notice this. He don't complain about money. He don't be complaining about racism. He'll showcase women, but he don't complain about women. Andre don't complain. Before I got here, there were issues with this planet. While I'm here, there are issues going on this planet. And long after I'm gone, there'll be issues going on this planet. I have no complaints. None. I can hang out with Gary, who's an older man. Shout out to Mad Max, him and his wife, an older couple. I can hang out with Zay and have fun with the 30-year-old brothers. I am riding the wheels off this motherfucker. I ain't got nothing to complain about. Nothing. I ain't complain about the States when I was in the States, and I ain't complain about it now. That's why when it comes to Trump, what do I always say? Y'all better hope that social experiment work out. All you dudes that voted for him, all you mega dudes, MAGA, better hope that social experiment works out, because so far, it ain't looking good. But you ain't gonna hear me complain. No, life is too short and it's too beautiful. Let's get back to the videos, gentlemen. Shout out to you guys. I don't know where I went in that direction, but when I saw, shout out to my man Ben's daily advice and encouragement. Shout out to you, brother. Always glad to see you. Always. You're a good dude. He said, I have a new job at another hospital that requires me to be in the office one day out of the, I can't beat that. He said, so Callie, here I come. I ain't mad at you, bro. I said, I ain't mad at you, man. Yes, sir. He said, yep, that's a long drive from the airport to Zone 7 in Cali. Yeah, that's a long drive. Absolutely correct. Absolutely. Now, you talking about the really nice areas too in Ponce? Yes. He said, once again, wow, bless you and Theo, Andre. Yes, sir. Let's get back to the video. We got a little bit left. We got a little bit left of the video. Let's go. Let's watch this together, gentlemen.
How disrespectful is this? He's literally putting ashes and cigarette butts literally like on this freaking brick, and he ain't even gonna sweep it up. Like, that is ridiculous. They're all the way over there.
That's the sister dating with the white dude.
Bro.
Now she's complaining about him just doing what men do. She thought it would be different.
Doing everything. Yes, I am. Yeah, I am paying. I just got my child support check, and I'm the one that's paying this shit. Okay, but yeah, he ain't even.
He called her broke. The white boy called her with your broke. The white boy said with your broken.
Like, what the fuck is you doing?
The white boy said, "Shut the fuck up, bro."
You better fucking do something around here, which that means clean up, because we got the.
I thought divesting was all that.
And I just emailed her, so you better go ahead and get your little ass out there.
And number one red flag you should look for when dating an African man is he does not include you in any future plans. Whenever he's talking about his future, whenever he's talking about how many houses he wants to build, the things he wants to do for his family, he never includes you in the plans. That's an absolute red flag. You should understand that Africans do not like wasting your time. Their time is precious. Their time is very important. If you date an African man and it's been like a month or two, he's not telling you where the relationship is going, you guys are just doing a situationship thing, he's not serious with you. You're wasting your time. He's not going to take you seriously, and if you continue it, you're going to tolerate rubbish. So just end it now and just move on with your life. Unless if he's giving you money. If he's giving you money, manage, okay? Money is sweet, so just manage. But if he's not giving you money, move on with your life.
You know, I'm going to say this. I'm just going to get it all out. And I know a lot of you will not like it, but when a lot of you women that are currently on this app crying about romance scam, look within and see that the reason that you are in these vulnerable, compromising situations is because you truly
like zones like 6.5, 7, like really nice areas where politicians live.
Self-love, then you will really see the healing process start to begin. Getting an African man or just dating one didn't become a thing until like college. And I was like a junior in college, and me and other girls in my age group, we wanted an African man, but we didn't want just any old African man, baby. We're looking for a certain type.
Yeah, that's the baby in the background.
We were wanting a type that was either rich, he was wealthy, or he was a provider. We wanted the ones that could easily fly to see us and travel the world. We also wanted the ones that would be buying tickets for us to see them. We wanted the African man that was giving us money, paying for school tuition, paying for like beautiful dates, giving us lavish gifts. We wanted those types. And it's so crazy. Like me and my friends, we have like crazy stories for crazy days because those guys exist. And I believe as the trend got bigger and bigger, there were a lot of women that now they wanted African men too. And they didn't go for like quality African men. They were going for any old African man. And I do
True.
mean any old African man. I've seen women who were so desperate on getting an African man and just being married to one that these women were taking what little bit of finances that they had to scrape up, and instead of using that to get better living arrangements for themselves and their children, clear debt, get their
You caught that?
finances together. Like they
You
were
caught
using
that?
it to buy these expensive tickets with 5 million connections just to get over to countries like Nigeria or countries like Ghana, for example. And they were fitting the bill for everything, the Uber, the Lyft, whatever, the wedding, the festive, like they were paying for everything. And, you know, it really, when you really think about it, these women truly did not understand these men and their culture, because what attracted a lot of American women to African men was the fact that their culture, they're bred on being protected.
Now, what she's saying, she's talking about is this. She's talking about when she first started dating African dudes, before it was a thing, she said there were a lot of quality dudes out there. Now, you guys did acknowledge that she doesn't have a ring, so the dudes might have been quality, but they may not have saw her as quality enough to put a ring on it. But she may have been married at one point in time, and we don't know. But what she's saying is, once it became a thing or trend, sisters from the States ain't care no more. They will scrape together whatever money they had, get to Africa, get with any old dude from any country, pay the bill, pay the family off, pay for the wedding, just to get a dude that was from the continent.
Protectors and providers. But these women were going over here in these countries, not over here, but over there, and really like getting a man that if you took that same African man and you put him in front of your local corner store, you wouldn't even talk to him. If you put that same African man and he saw you in a grocery store, you wouldn't even talk to him. But a lot of women, out of desperation, went to these countries to get these guys. And they didn't go for like a well-to-do guy. They didn't go for a businessman with a legitimate business. They didn't go for a man that was educated. They went for, and you know which ones I'm talking about because you see them all over their page. They went for very young ones, or they went for guys that had no business, no education, no nothing, just living the lifestyle of
I never thought
like
about
a
that.
local area boy, a
I did not
419
think about
Yahoo
that.
boy. They went for those particular ones. And it really came to bite these women in the ass because they were just so glad to say, I have an African man. Look at my African man. That they didn't know that these men were running numbers on them. And now I'm pretty sure, because I've witnessed it, where these women have family and friends that love and care about them that said, you need to think about this twice. You need to get to know him longer. You need to wait. Are you sure this is the right decision? And these women probably told people, you're jealous, you're hating, shut up, this is my life and my man. And what happens? These women, they get these men over here.
Correct.
And then that's when reality sets in. And this is not, I'm not talking about all women married to African men. I'm not. I'm talking about these one in particular, and especially a lot of these women on the app that are crying romance scam. I'm pretty sure someone told you, think twice, this is not the best. But you said, no, I know what I'm doing. And now these men get here, and as each of them get here, they're learning the system and they're learning how to finesse. They're learning that even if they're foreigners, in the US, they have some type of law that will protect them as a foreigner. And because it doesn't work out, or because when he got here, he saw that you weren't living the way you said that you were living. When he got here and found out that, when I found out that a lot of women that are sponsoring these men to come over
Good point, Andrew.
they don't even make enough. And they need co-sponsors. That's when you really have to realize like your priorities are just in the dumpster. And I think that's why a lot of times it's taking women a long time for their husbands to come over because things are not in order here. And then you do all this hard work to pay for a man. You're sending him money because deep down inside, you know that this love is really conditional.
She said that these women are coming over, marrying African men, and these dudes can't even come over to the States yet. And these women are don't do that, fellas. Those men mostly can't compete financially, so divestor Keisha eventually had to hold that foreign L and won't let it go because they don't like to take accountability, so they will hold on to that dude. Zay says this. He said, my older sister just hit 56. She was married to a Jamaican for 23 years. He said seven of them he had in prison. Some of them he had in prison beyond the situation that she instigated. Okay. I have horror stories about the Keisha in my own family. Wow. Yep. Hey, these ladies got family members. My Mellow Life says, my brother Mellow Life says this. He said, what's the difference between a black man and an African? Our standards are pretty much the same, but it's a crime to submit to us. Good point. Shout out to Chaos Rain in the building. Make sure you guys check out Chaos tonight once the live stream is over. Make sure you subscribe to his channel as well. Shout out to my brother Chaos being here. And Zero Milligram says this. He said, when you start a movement based on jealousy and projection, that's a good point. The Passport Sis movement was really been based off of being jealous and projecting off of the Passport Bro movement. Some of these results are bound to happen. America has convinced black women that they can compete with black men. But if you don't preach, I was just thinking the same thing. I was literally, I kid you not, the formula of most black women only works in the United States. I don't know of any other countries, for the most part, that formula that they have, 6-figure, 6-pack, love Jesus, but he loved Allah, and he is a worshiper of Buddhism, and at the same time, he volunteers with the little girl when it comes to her ballet lessons, and he's at the young man's football game, and he brings in, he's got enough energy, and he's got more than 6 inches between his legs, and they actually think that formula works if they leave the United States. They find out quickly. If we as American men can fulfill that fake fantasy, that pseudo fantasy that they have, the men in other countries definitely can't do that. That's why I always say the best man for an American woman is in America. I don't care what race you are. The best man for an American woman is in America. He said that their men grow Nigerian nari, throw Nigerian nari around and assume they are a true provider. That's a good point. Without checking the conversion rate and cost of living. Or KK Keisha. Seriously, that's a good point, man. You see, that scripture keeps playing in my head Soon 5 women will go after, Isaiah chapter 4, verse 1. In the last days, 5 women will go to one man and beg for his name. Yes, absolutely correct. That's exactly what it says. Isaiah chapter 4, verse 1. For his last name, to rid them of their shame. We see it now. That's so true. No matter how independent, and that's why I don't really trip on women, because no matter how independent they try to act, and I'm this and that, you can't tell me nothing. All I ever think about is Isaiah chapter 4, verse 1, when God says, in the last days, these women are going to go to one man at a time, a group of women. Please, we will pay. This is the part that gets me. We will pay for everything. Is that not what this is all about? In Isaiah chapter 4, the women do. Where's my Bible? We ain't got to look around no further. Isaiah chapter 4, verse 1. And it says, let me get past Psalms, Isaiah chapter 1, Isaiah chapter 3, Isaiah chapter 4, verse 1. In the day, so few men will be left that several women will fight for each man, saying, let us all marry you. We will provide our own food and clothing. Only let us take your name so that we won't be mocked, ashamed as being old maids. So all this Miss Independent stuff y'all seeing, the modern woman, and we got degrees. I don't care what y'all say. I follow what God's saying. And God say, in that day, in the final days, 7 women will fight each other for one man, saying, let us. It didn't say, I'm gonna marry him, girl. No, I'm gonna marry him. It says that the women are gonna come to agreement. Let us all marry you. Let us all marry you. We will provide our own food and clothing. Only let us take your name so that we won't be mocked as old maids or leftover women around the world. It ain't like Zay was wrong. Shout out to my man Captain in the building. He said, I tell people all the time, black women are the most racist in the world, man. They funny style. They really are. Funny style. He said this, my brother said this. He said, my girl from Saudi Arabia, trust me, dog. He said, it's not competition to them. Saudi women are raised correctly and would run circles around black women. And I wouldn't doubt that at all. At all. There's a young lady from the Middle East she's been on YouTube maybe like 2 or 3 years, and she just give women in the States the blues, just talking about how traditional the women are in her family in the Middle East. Let's continue on with the video.
This love is really conditional. When I mean conditional, you know that you have something that he wants. Even if he's telling you he loves you, my baby, I love you so much. Even if you know it, you know that you're providing something that he really wants and needs. And it's a transactional thing. But the thing is, one person's delusional, one person has a goal in mind, and it's clear as day.
Captain.
So when these guys get here, and then some will be consistent with you for a while. Some will play the game very long. And then some don't waste no time and they go. And there's so many red flags about these men that are so obvious Some of these men, you can look at them and tell that these guys are Raz. They're like, something is just not right. You can tell. But these women go for these men anyways. They do. And then when these guys get here and they leave them, you come on the app and you call scam. Not only do you call scam, but you will say all of them. You'll say all Senegalese men are scams. All Ghanaian men are scams. All Nigerian men are scams. Stay away from these men. Stay away from these men. And it's just like, no. You have to take some accountability too. Like, you just really have to be honest. Because the whole world can see, the whole community can see that this was a scam. It's even to the point where our sisters in these African countries, like our Nigerian sisters, our Ghanaian sisters, like our Senegalese sisters, we're all over this West African countries. Like, they're telling these women, these men, you gotta watch out for these particular type of men. But when our African sisters are coming and warning, I see a lot of pushback, a lot. And these, I'm not talking about the African women that are coming and there's like rude and stuff like that. But I'm really talking about the African sisters that are looking out. And then you said that people are jealous and they, I heard about you African women that you're just hard to deal with. But it's just like, no. These men want to create confusion because while you two are arguing about who's better, who's not, and who is he lying to and who's not, they're working on their next victim. They are. A lot of you women can get the same man, if not better, in your community, in your area. There's African men all over the United States. But you don't want to do that. And we have to be honest, a lot of women cannot even afford these long distance relationships that they're in. And a lot of women will go to these African countries once a year, once every other year, and expect that man to still be faithful. He's a Christian man, a man of God. Man, that man has wants, needs, and desires. And when the flesh calls, baby, you really have to be honest. So a lot of you women cannot sit here and cry victim and blame everybody and then want to create some, I'm just spreading awareness. No, ma'am. No, ma'am. I have yet to see a woman truly duped by an African man to the point where even I'm like, God damn, he would have got me.
It just comes down to core values, ideas, and ultimately whether or not this woman is going to be willing to be a wife in a way that a man feels is actually going to be helpful to him and vice versa, or whether or not it feels like they're ultimately going to be going home to somebody that they feel like they need to compete with. And that a lot of times ends up causing men to be like, you know what, I'd rather just leave and go to an area that's a lot more traditional, where I already know I'm getting a woman who knows how to support, who doesn't see submission as a fear tactic, and we can get along a lot more easier.
Hey TikTok, so I got a topic that's probably going to be triggering to the skip me's, aka modern women. I don't care, but we got to discuss this to passport bros. Listen, these men are not going to underdeveloped countries. I don't know which textbook you're reading from. When were you in school? All these, I'm a PhD. You guys can't do a simple Google search, can't do simple research on the housing markets and etc. in these other countries. In fact, I literally just saw a video yesterday displaying the houses that are in the Philippines that are worth, the same amount, $500,000, but they're like nearly mansions here in the United States that run for at least $1 million. Men are thinking about these things when they're going overseas. They're not just going overseas to use women and flaunt their money. They have to do that here. So at least if they're going out of the country somewhere, they can go where they're respected and appreciated, versus here in America where a large majority of skip-me's are being combative, masculine, and ungrateful. It's disgusting how women treat men here in America, and exactly why I support them going over there. And it's disgusting how skip-me's will attack all these other foreign women clearly are happy, clearly aren't as miserable as y'all are, because they're taking your men. They're taking your men because you don't know how to be feminine, friendly, fit, be in the gym, care about what a man wants, his feelings, his desires, and overall, they're better human beings than y'all at the end of the day. You know, you call these women pick-me's and you call women like me pick-me's because he exposed the truth that you don't like. You like to live in delusional reality. They're not taking advantage of no one, and these women are more educated and their countries are getting more and more development while America is falling apart. Half of the people I know didn't even get much tax return as they used to this year. That
I
should
didn't know
show
that.
you enough that America is falling. Let these men go find peace. Let them go find happiness. Stop being miserable. And if you want to be picked by one of these decent men, get on their page. Come like a pick-me, and maybe you'll get picked one day. Because I promise you, us pick-me women are not running into these Pookies and Ray Rays as much as y'all are. I'm telling you, it's your mindset.
He said they're going out to Africa and they are fronting the bill on everything. Y'all heard that? And this is not a man he's not just making this stuff up. He didn't just see some random article online. He's living in Africa. He does tours in multiple countries in Africa, is in relationship with people in Africa, lives there for a couple of months out of the year, from my understanding. So it's like, he would know.
True.
Us
That's
women
true,
out
Mello.
earn the men. I hear that as well. Meanwhile, a lot of our sisters are going to the Caribbean, they're going to West Africa, and they are fronting the bill on everything. Again, they are. And not only are they fronting the bill for their man, they are fronting the bill and paying and also taking care of the family.
Y'all, fronting the bill and taking care of the family. Like, this is what I'm saying. It's like the hypocrisy right now is just like, it's stellar.
They may think they're a special case, but they aren't. They may tell you that their culture has the strictest rules when it comes to dating men other than fellow Habashas. But it's not as strict as they like to tell themselves it is. These women are so beautiful that I made an entire...
Now this brother talking about dating in Ethiopia. Once they'll tell you as an American man, well, I only date this, that, and that. But eventually, what he's about to say is, passport bros eventually get them anyway.
episode about them specifically. So no matter how many barriers are up around them, African American dudes are still going to find a way to penetrate their cultural roadblocks. Not only are these chicks easy on the eyes, but once they do decide that they'll just
Once again, this is an Ethiopian woman.
try out a little sample, they come to realize what everyone else who gives us a chance realize. African American dudes are cool as hell. A lot of them have already started to adopt our culture just like the rest of the world.
Passport ladies, passport women don't exist in the same way that passport bros exist. Now, I did a video the other day talking about women that go to Jamaica, the Caribbean, other places like that to pay for intercourse with these men. But they're paying for a boyfriend experience, okay? That's what they're paying for. They're paying to feel loved and doted on, and they want someone to walk down the beach holding their hand and pretend that they're in love with them. That's not really what passport bros do. Passport bros do one or two things, all right? They either going to enjoy the culture, enjoy the women there from a standpoint of transactional, straight up transactional. I don't need you to pretend. I need those cheeks. Or they're going to find a wife or a girlfriend to have a serious relationship with. I don't think that passport lady or passport woman is a thing, and it never will be a thing, because those men in those countries want what women in America don't want to be. Submissive, women that cook and clean, women that don't talk back, women that allow the man to lead, and they don't make as much money. Many women here are demanding astronomical amounts of money. And even though an American man might be close, they say he ain't close enough. Now imagine those same women going to a place where those men don't even make 10% of what the average American man makes. It's a fact. No passport ladies, no passport sisters. You guys are just going to the Caribbean to pay to get your cheeks clapped and for somebody to pretend that they're actually attracted to you, in love with you, and like you.
Good point. And good video for today. Let's end that right there. So at the end of the day, when it comes to, if you're going to be moving to a certain country, such as going to the continent of Africa, such as some of you brothers have lived in Africa, you can attest to do your homework and your research on every country. Don't just assume that because Andre enjoys a particular city that you're going to enjoy that city. Don't assume because you see Ace Live or Flyboy Way or Richie Mack or Chocolate Man in Thailand or even El Guapo in certain locations that, hey, that's got to be the place to be. If you're a vacationer, yeah, sure. Hey, weekend warrior, perfect. But if you're relocating to other countries, you're going to have to do a little bit more homework compared to the vacationers. Like I always say, there's the vacation you, and never get it confused with the relocation you. And the relocation you, do not trust the vacation you, because the vacation you wants to have fun all the time, and it's going to disappoint. A lot of you guys get disappointed when you move to a location. Like you moved to Medellin and you thought it was going to be exciting like it was when you were visiting, and now you live here and you start to realize like it's just regular everyday life. I thought it was going to be something spectacular. Yeah, it's everyday life. It's just regular. Get up in the morning, take care of business. Now you got that special somebody in your new country. You still have things to learn and exciting. But for the most part, living in other countries is just like living in other countries. I kid you not. I kid you not. He said, that's why I chose Cali. He said, I'd rather be, he said, rather than Cartagena, Medellin, or Bogota. That's true. That's true. Those cities are great to visit, but you know, some of us can live there, some of us can't. For all the guys that do live there, they're just like us. We visit each other's countries. I mean, each other's cities anyway. So no matter where a person lives, we're all going to be joining in the reindeer games of hanging out. Bobby Coltrane says this. He said, those are some fine women, Ethiopian and Eritrean women. He said, let me scroll back. Oh, he says, I tried to date an Ethiopian girl. Told me we couldn't. But she got pregnant by the white boy. Anytime they talk like that, we already know what's coming. Oh, let me not dip in the conversation. Thank God for Love Crossing Borders. Thank God for you guys, man. Like I said, we appreciate you guys, man, more than you realize. You'll hear me say that 100 times, but it is so true. So true. Let's get ready for the outro. We've been here a little bit over 4 hours. Not too bad today. Tomorrow I got a great show for us as well. And don't forget, I'm going to drop the link for Rumble. Let me drop the Rumble link for us, because next weekend is on Saturday. We're doing another double feature, and we're going to be watching Superfly and the 5 Deadly Venom. Like this week, we watched Dolomite and Pam Grier and Coffee. We watched Enter the Dragon with Bruce Lee and 3 the Hard Way. We watched Let's Do It Again and Car Wash, the original. We've watched Uptown Saturday Night and Truck Turner. So, we watched, our original we watched the Mac and the 36 Chambers. So for you guys that think that we ain't watching real black classics, I'm telling you, man. I'm telling you, make sure that you subscribe. Click this link over on Rumble. Here's the link to the Rumble, guys. Make sure you subscribe if you want to, just on a Saturday evening. We get here on YouTube, right? At 8 o'clock, right? We'll wait for a half an hour. We'll drop the link for everybody to go on Rumble. And then at 8:30, we shut off YouTube and all of us on Rumble. So it'd be like 50, 60 of us over on Rumble, sitting back, enjoying our favorite drinks, enjoying our meal, and together as brothers watching some classic movies, man, and cracking some jokes. Cracking some jokes. Oh, man. You guys had me rolling on that Pam Grier movie. On Coffee. Called my man a simp. Called the police officer Carter a simp. He was simple, man. She put him right in the friend zone. Come on, Carter. You know what this is. Come on, girl. You know I want to take you out, Coffee. Oh, Carter. You know I got a man. As soon as And this the crazy part. She was giving the politician who was the dirty brother firehead, all the sex. You looking at Pam Grier like, so this ain't starting the 2000s. Good dudes got treated like trash in the 70s. That movie came out in 71. 73. And Pam Grier treated my man like trash, man. He ended up giving up his life for her. And she still treated him like trash. I was like, dang. And I being told the dirty politician, and I loved you. Dirty politician said, kill her. Kill her. I'll show you how much I love you. Kill her. I said, man, that brother ain't got no heart. Kill her. He said, I had a Russian Ukraine. 28, me too. And mine was a virgin. Notice I said the word was. Ukrainian women. Man, yes. He said, I had a Russian Ukrainian, 21. And I'm he said, and I'm the blackest night. You see how soft I'm saying this? Because I'm actually reflecting back on my days. That's why I'm reading his all softly, like, yes, she was 21. He said, black guys are not usual. Is not the usual, but she's made that an exception. Absolutely correct with Ukrainian people, Ukrainian women. Bruh. Good times, good times. Shout out to you guys. You say Poland is safe. Poland is a safe way to get them. That's a good point. You say Dre, we had to he said Dre, he had it. Oh, he had it made. He did, didn't he? He said, not the YouTube girl, no, not the white girl. Yeah, for real. He had everything just right. He did, man. He just killer. He said, don't forget, she let the pimp hit it. That's true. That's true. The pimp did hit it. The drug dealer couldn't hit it, but the pimp did hit it. See, all you guys that missed out on the movie this weekend, you don't know what we're talking about. But make sure you guys subscribe to the Rumble, man, so you guys will watch the movie with us. Kid you not. Like I said, this weekend is Superfly and the 5 Deadly Venom. And I got my 5 Deadly Venom t-shirt. Yeah, we're going to have some fun. We're going to have some fun. He said the right guy can change any woman's mind. This is true. This is true. Especially according to Pam Grier in that movie we watched this weekend. Andrea Theo showed us light. He said what is possible with becoming a global citizen. Absolutely correct. We are valuable as Foundation of Black Men wherever we go. If we only start to realize that, gentlemen, you really are valuable. He said, don't go to Poland like Austin. I know, right? Austin just shot through for a minute. He was taking L's, though, yeah. I mean, Austin was young at that time period, too, so you expect him to get some wins, some L's. Let's get ready to head up out of here, gentlemen. Let you guys get you some rest. I know you got to go to work in the morning, get your money. Shout out to all you third shifters that are already at work right now and all you second shifters that are working overtime. Shout out to all you gentlemen hanging out with us. Let's get ready for some outros. Let's have some fun tonight with a few outros. Let's go here first.
Perfect.
var första gång vi möttes. Våra blickar bara möttes. Kommer du ihåg det igen? Kommer du ihåg det igen? Du vill ha icy little fingers. Då du vet det chalas. All in, ingen broms, schackmatt på din vänster hand. Du är så viktig baby. Ja, du är allians. Du är försiktig baby. Men du gav mig en chans. Det är 50-50 baby. Men det är balans. Jag växlar upp med dig baby. Ingen annan. Det var fan ingen dans på någon ros innan jag träffade någon som det. Som det, baby. Det var fan ingen dans på någon ros innan jag träffade någon som det. Du är mitt liv, baby. Aldrig titta på någon annan, varför du med annan? Kom var med mig baby. Aldrig lita på någon annan. Finns ingen annan, jag vill ha min chakarinna. Låta och säg ingen sinna. Jag kommer alltid ride with you. 100 gubbar klottar die for you. Du är så viktig baby. Ja, du är allians. Du är försiktig baby. Men du gav mig en chans. Det är 50-50 baby. Men det är balans. Jag växlar upp med dig baby. Ingen annan. Det var fan ingen dans på någon ros innan jag träffade någon som det. Du är mitt liv baby. Det var fan ingen dans på någon ros innan jag träffade någon som det. Du är mitt liv baby. Visa mig vart du finns. Du kommer väl till min city? Nej, jag vet att det finns. Kom det är bra lives and all nights, yeah. Jag vet att jag min ni kör det. Skön social smuggler. Jag tvivlar det. Visa mig vart du finns, yeah.